Yep, we got 2 intros for this stream here for tonight. So, hey guys, Sly here, and welcome back to kind of a double whammy stream tonight. So, first of all, of course, this is another episode of the Slimer tier list. So, for those who don't know, who are new to the series, basically I do in-depth, comprehensive tier lists on specific topics I like. And well, tonight's going to be interesting because you saw that other intro I did, as we are going to be doing, this is kind of a bit of a horror extravaganza kind of thing as well, because we are going to be doing a tier list, a long ass tier list, on horror video games. So this is something that is kind of interesting because, like, wait, Sly, why are you doing this in April? Why aren't you doing this in October? That makes sense because it would be Halloween by then. Well, here's the thing. First of all, I don't want to wait that long to do a tier list. But also, keep in mind that I used to also do this thing called Half Halloween Extravaganza. Basically, from 2019 to about, I think it was 2022 or 2023, I did horror streams on April 30th of whatever year, halfway to Halloween, thus Half Halloween Extravaganza. And I guess this is kind of this year's equivalent to that, even though we're not actually playing a horror game. We're going to be talking about horror games. And I'm pretty excited about this because it's weird because I've talked about horror games plenty, and I've even played plenty of horror games for you guys, but I haven't really talked about them in a tier list format per se. And of course that's going to change. So of course, before we get into this, I just want to say thank you guys for being patient with the fact that I've not streamed in a while. It's just this month I've just been so focused on getting as much school stuff done as I possibly can, because I just wanted to make sure that I focused on that. Regular streams should hopefully start up real soon. Finals are going to be a thing, but they're not a big concern of mine as of right now. So I hope you guys are at least all right with that. And yeah, I really hope that you guys had a fantastic weekend. If you guys actually met up with me in person, and well, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, of course, I actually was just in Las Vegas for a level up. So yeah, I hope you guys were able to meet up with me. I've met plenty of people along with plenty of good friends at Level Up. It was a blast as per usual as I've gone there. Hopefully I'll be able to go to more conventions and check you guys out, because I'm really, really, really excited to see what 2025 is going to offer. Because so far 2025 has been a pretty good year for me, and I really want to continue the momentum. So definitely feel free to suggest any sort of cons, preferably on like a certain side of the country, but you know how it goes. But in any event, let's get into the topic of hand, and that was, of course, horror video games. So now, horror, of course, is a pretty broad and subjective term. It can describe a lot of things. It could be more so a physical horror, psychological, body horror, all that fun stuff. But in the context of video games, there's one particular full-on genre of game that comes to mind, and that is survival horror. Basically, for those who don't know what that means, basically that entails you having to survive in a dangerous, hostile environment that has a lot of like a horror aesthetic to it, essentially. And ever since that genre came around in the early 90s, there's been a slew and plethora of horror games that have come out in the past 33 years, essentially. And, well, now it's one of the most popular mediums in gaming, or it's one of the most popular genres in gaming. So, that being said, we are not just exclusively talking about survival horror games, and that's something I'm going to preface right now, because a lot of the time people will say, "Oh, well, that's not a survival horror game." But that's the kicker. We're also going to be talking about action horror games. So basically, horror like games that are still horror coded, but have a lot more like of an action focus to them, and specifically where you're not as vulnerable. That's essentially what action horror is. Um, there's also some other horror genres that we're going to be including here as well, including mascot horror, which is essentially just horror but with a sort of main figurehead antagonist, or a nostalgic throwback style of character as the main antagonist, and then a bunch of zombie games. So, because that's a whole other genre in and of itself. And even a bunch of point and click horror games from the early years. So we're doing a wide variety of games, because and just look at this list. It's gonna be insane being able to talk about every single one of these games. That being said, though, I did want to lay down a few ground rules before we get into this. So first of all, like I said, we're not just exclusively talking about survival horror in this list. We are also talking about action horror, mascot horror, zombie horror, psychological horror, point and click horror, all that's fun stuff. Because, well, while yes, survival horror is pretty much synonymous to horror games as a whole, I wanted to be a bit more broad with this list. And so I hope you guys are at least forgiving of that. Second of all, no mobile games, because, well, you guys know me. I don't consider mobile games to be like basically real games, with a few exceptions. It's just not really a scene that I'm really like truly fond of, and I don't like covering that type of stuff. Third, I only have games on here that are still currently playable. So any online horror games that got shut down, like the Friday the 13th game, or I'm pretty sure Predator Hunting Grounds also got shut down, although that one's kind of also a bit of a gray area, which we'll get into in a little bit. I am not counting those because I was not able to play those. So do keep that in mind. And then also keep in mind that, first of all, I have not played every single one of these games. I just wanted to have a vast variety of games for me to at least bring up and mention, so that you guys could eventually check out this list for yourselves. Because I chose a vast amount of games for this. And I'm pretty excited to talk about all of them. But with that, keep in mind as well that a lot of these games, there's definitely a lot that like are for sure horror games on here, but also keep in mind that there is a decent amount of games on here that are a bit of a gray area, where they have horror elements in them, but like I didn't know if I wanted to count them as a horror game or not. And so if you see any of those on here, like I do have a designated slot here for like, does it count? So if I end up deciding, I don't know if it's a horror game, I'll put it there. That being said, I did not include every single game that was considered a horror, like kind of a horror adjacent. The prime example of that being the Bioshock games. I personally do not consider any of those to be horror games. I consider them to be alternate historical post-apocalyptic games, or at least the first two Bioshock games, and then Bioshock Infinite is more of a steampunk alternate history. So I didn't count those. I also did not count Doom, because Doom is more of a action sci-fi dark fantasy as opposed to horror. Though Doom 3 is probably the closest thing to a horror game Doom has ever gotten, but even then, I didn't really want to risk that, because it would have been awkward if I just talked about that and not the other games. So I didn't include that. I might change my mind later, but just keep all that in mind. And of course, that goes with pretty much every other game that also has like some hints of horror in it. Like, for example, I've noticed that a lot of people have been calling Half-Life and Half-Life 2 horror games, which I don't know why. I wouldn't even really call them action horror. Yes, there are zombies in it, but that doesn't make it a zombie-centric game. If the game is a zombie-centric game and they're like the main force that you go up against, and it's like obviously like a horror tinge thing, then I will be counting it on this list. Just kind of as a, you know, distinction there. So do keep all that in mind. And yeah, I think those are like the main rules. And of course, as always, keep in mind this is all just my personal opinion. If you guys disagree with me, that's completely fine. And of course, if you guys want to check out this list for yourself, I will make sure I have it in the Discord link down below. Whether you're watching this on YouTube or Twitch. Which, speaking of course, if you guys haven't already, make sure you guys hit that subscribe button over on YouTube and hit the follow on Twitch. I would greatly appreciate it. Hopefully I'll be getting more stuff done on Twitch. I just wanted to focus more on personal stuff. So I hope you guys are at least forgiving of that. But anyways, yeah, let's begin this. And it's gonna be awkward because I know I did that entire intro. But like, all I'm gonna really say is, okay, here's the thing. Horror, like, I kind of have a complicated history with horror media because it's like, I'm not a big fan of horror movies, but like, I have a weird fascination, at least talking about horror games. I mean, some of my favorite games of all time are horror games, so I do at least have somewhat of a connection with this type of stuff. So it's going to be interesting to talk about all this. And also keep in mind, because this is a huge list, I don't want to spend too much time talking about every single game individually, unless if I have something to say about them. Also keep in mind that we've already talked about plenty of these games before in the past, so if you guys want to, make sure you guys check out any of our other gaming tier lists that we've done before. It most likely will have a game that we talked about. And hell, I've even done full-on tier lists on some of these games, or some of the content in said games. So yeah, oh yeah, and also I am in a private Discord call right now. So if any of my friends end up joining midway through, that'd be kind of funny. So I'm not gonna force them to participate in the tier list, but yeah, either way, that's all I've got to really say. Let me just make sure that this is shared, because I did open up my Instagram as of late, so if you guys haven't already, check out my Instagram. Okay, I did post it. Good. Alright, so, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through every single individual game in chronological order. Or, not chronological order, in alphabetical order. So that I know exactly where everything is and all that fun stuff. So I hope you guys are fine with that. And yeah, and hey Ren, welcome back to the stream. Appreciate you lurking. So, but yeah, either way, I think we are ready. And what's up, Ham Soup? Welcome to the stream. All right, so, and again, as always, make sure you guys grab a snack, grab some popcorn. This is most likely going to take all night, so unless if we're able to rush this, so it's at least going to take 3 hours. I already know that for a fact. So, have you played any of the Second Forest game? We'll get to that later, so, because it's on this list. But anyways, like I said, we're gonna do this in chronological order, or not? God, in alphabetical order. God, I'm so used to doing chronological. So, but yeah, let's let's begin. So, which ironically enough, the first game we've got up here is, funny enough, the oldest franchise on this list. And that is, or oldest franchise that started off as a video game. And that is Alone in the Dark. The original survival horror game came out in 1992. And I think I'm just going to rank all these along. And by the way, these are the tiers we got. We've got Peak, S, A, B, C, D, F, Trash. And then I already mentioned doesn't count. And then the games I've not played. So, Alone in the Dark. The first, progenitor of the survival horror series. I'm going to put the first 3 games in C tier. New Nightmare I'm going to put in B tier. This fucking reboot game, I'm going to put this in I'll put it in D tier. I have not played Illumination, so I'm not going to say anything about that. But this remake, I'm going to put this in B tier. So, obviously, the first 3 Alone in the Dark games, I do hold a lot of respect to, because they started the whole survival horror thing. Without it, we wouldn't have Resident Evil. Like, that is a fact. We would have not had Resident Evil if it weren't for those games. But admittedly, the first 3 Alone in the Darks have not really held up to scrutiny. They're not scary at all, at least in today's standard. For the time, I can see them being scary, but there's only so much that a game that with very, very low res poly graphics can be scary. Like the mole rat that jumps out of the window, for example, is way too goofy looking. But there's some cool stuff that, some cool backgrounds that are kind of unsettling that do hold up, that look cool. And that is broadly with all 3 of the first 3 games. As for New Nightmare, I think that one has aged a bit better because that came out years after, came out in 2001. And I know people have problems with it, but I do think that the general vibe that they're going for, because with that game, they kind of combined the tones of the first 2 Alone in the Dark with being in a haunted mansion, but also kind of on the side of a coast. I think works in that game's favor, setting up a kind of a dreary atmosphere. And I think that the general camera angles and movement works better in this game. Keep in mind, because these are the earliest survival horror games, they do use tank controls, so that is something to keep in mind. And also the fixed camera, I was never a big fan of that. I'm so glad that modern horror games moved away from that. So yeah, now that being said, we got to talk about the Alone in the Dark 2008 game. So I remember playing this, I don't even remember. It was 10 years ago. I think it was on the PS3, if I remember. Keep in mind, this is not a reboot game. Well, it's a reboot game, but it's still a continuation of the previous games. But, it's not very good. They tried making it more action-oriented, but it just didn't really work. It's just one of those things where, Resident Evil copied Alone in the Dark, but then Alone in the Dark in turn copied Resident Evil in the worst ways possible. And it just didn't really work with them trying to go for a more action-oriented route. And also didn't help that the game looked like ass even for 2008. So there's just not really a justification for you to really play this game. So don't bother. It's not very good. Alone in the Dark Illumination, on the other hand, I've not played, nor do I intend to play it. That game looks like dog shit. So, and considering that I've heard it's amongst one of the worst games of all time, that's probably for the best. So, sorry, Rosemary. Sorry, Rosemary's playing with something back here, and it's kind of annoying. Rosemary! What are you doing? Sorry, she's Oh, she's being annoying. All right. Anyways, so now that being said, that then leads us to the 2024 remake of the original 1992 game. I'm not gonna lie, this game is actually not that bad. I think it's actually pretty good. It modernizes the original game to, well, obviously modern graphics, modern controls, all that fun stuff. Basically making it more in line, like also copying Resident Evil, the remakes of Resident Evil. But I think it works in this game's favor. And, you know, it's kind of cool being able to play as, I forgot what the characters' names were. I feel bad. What were their names again? Oh yeah, Edward Carnaby, and Emily Hartwood. Being able to, like, you know, which you could play as both of them in the first game, but then Edward Carnaby kind of took center stage, I think, like, yeah, with the second Alone in the Dark. So yeah, like that's kind of the thing. So, but both of them take center stage, thankfully, in this remake. And I think the remake is able to justify the original game. So at the end of the day, go check it out. If there's one game in the Alone in the Dark series I would recommend, it would be the remake. So, all right. So that then leads us to Alan Wake. Okay, so Alan Wake is one of those. Okay, at least the first game, it leans more towards action horror as opposed to survival horror. So do keep that in mind. That being said, I'm gonna put Alan Wake, the original, up in A tier. American Nightmare I'm gonna put in B tier. And then Alan Wake 2. If you guys have seen the Caspian Game Awards for 2023, I'm gonna put this game in peak. So Alan Wake 1. Funny, this game didn't actually really do all that well when it first came out. That's something that people tend to forget. Because this was originally an Xbox 360 exclusive, made by Remedy, same people who made Max Payne. And this one was, yeah, it didn't really do that well when it first came out, but over time, it became a cult classic, and for good reason. Just the sort of weird paranormal stuff that's in this little town in Washington State. Like, it draws a lot of inspiration from Twin Peaks, of course. That's one of the main inspirations of Alan Wake. And just sort of going through a lot of these like paranormal events in just the rural parts of Washington State. It's just interesting to me. Like, I don't know how to describe it, but it's just a weird sort of fascination. And also just the combat is really damn good. Like, definitely takes a lot of cues from the first two Max Payne games, but much more refined, as this was a 7-year gap in between those games. So definitely pretty cool to play through. I am putting American Nightmare a bit lower though, because keep in mind, this is not really like a mainline game. It's more of a side game. As a matter of fact, this is technically our first zombie game on here. One of many zombie games that we're going to be seeing on here. So it's much more in line with something like that. That being said, it's okay. Like, it's fine. Just keep in mind, I'm just gonna spoil this right now. I'm not a big fan of zombie games, unfortunately, and we're gonna see a lot of that. It's gonna be awful. But American Nightmare is fine. Now, Alan Wake 2, though. This is easily, at least in my opinion, one of the best games that they could have followed up on. It's one of the best ways they could have followed up on the story of the original game. Um, Also bringing in a new cast, I think, is much welcomed with this, making this game more of a survival horror game. Definitely adds a lot more tension than the first game, because the first game, again, it was more of like a third person shooter action adventure hybrid game. Um, but it was more in line with something like Max Payne. With Alan Wake 2, they remove a lot of that sort of player power and bring it back. And I think that actually works significantly in this game. And also just the narrative, obviously not to get into spoilers, which, there might be some spoilers here and there, depending on the game that we talk about, but man, is Alan Wake 2 like really good in that department. So if you guys haven't already, go check out Alan Wake 2. Check out the first game first, then play the sequel. You can skip American Nightmare if you really want to. It's more of a side thing. But definitely the mainline games, go check them out, as well as their DLC. You will not regret it. Alright, so that then leads us into the licensed territory. And I'm pretty sure this is technically the oldest just licensed property period that we're going to be talking about. Yes. So we've got ourselves the Alien games. I just threw in all the mainline Alien, like all the Alien games that I thought of off the top of my head on here. Definitely most of these lean more towards action horror, although there's one survival horror. I guess if you want to be really technical, there's two, but it is what it is. Alien Trilogy, I'll put this in B tier. Alien Resurrection, I'll put this in C tier. Oh god. Aliens, fucking Colonial Marines, god damn it. Need I say more? Need I say more? Thankfully, Alien Isolation saving us with the A tier. Fireteam Elite, I'll put this in B tier, and then Dark Descent, I'll also put this in B tier. So Alien Trilogy, we talked about it in our retro shooter tier list back in 2023. It is a Doom clone of the Alien, but instead of it being demonic forces, you're fighting against the xenomorphs. It's okay. I actually think I prefer playing this game on console than on PC, because I remember trying to play it on PC. It does not control well. So if you're going to play this, make sure you play the PS1 version of the game. That being said, it's actually a decent console shooter, so I don't know, you guys can check it out if you want. And then we got ourselves Alien Resurrection, which, yes, is based off of the not very good 1997 movie, although this game came out 3 years after. It's... I mean, it's not terrible, but it's just, it just falls down a lot of the same problems that a lot of other movie licensed games tend to follow, is that they tend to be very mediocre. And at least in my opinion, it tends to be the case. Like, this is another example of that. It's just way too slow. So, I mean, I guess this is technically a survival horror game. I guess technically, but it's not a great one. So, I mean, you're still going to be shooting a decent amount of xenomorphs, as this is a first-person shooter survival horror hybrid game, but there's much better examples that would come out later, is my point. Unfortunately, it was not the game that directly followed this that was good, because, well, fucking Alien Colonial Marines was the game that came after, and I don't think I need to repeat myself as to why this game is trash. The fact that this game, was bad because, well, okay, this wasn't the only reason. There was a lot of narrative problems and just a lot of other technical problems. But the fact that the AI would have been fixed if one guy fixed a stupid line of code to fix the AI is pretty pathetic. I have no idea how that happened. Like, what the fuck? I don't get it. So, I know people have been defending this game recently, but I don't defend a game like this. This game, like, it was extremely buggy and glitchy when it first came out, and it still remained that way. The game can be, like, has really annoying difficulty spikes that are so damn annoying to deal with. And again, the story just makes no goddamn sense if you've actually seen the movies. It just feels like a bit of an insult. So, and it's just not a good first-person shooter. I rest my case there. Thankfully, the game after this was the thing that helped redeem the Alien license as far as video games are concerned, as we would eventually get Alien Isolation. A game that, in a lot of people's minds, is regarded as being one of the best survival horror games of all time, and that's for good reason. You know, it's basically it's a first-person survival horror game with a much bigger budget. Keep in mind that most other first-person survival horror games up until this point were by indie, like basically like indie studios or even just like one guy. The fact that we were able to get one with a big enough of a budget speaks a ton of volumes with this, and that's pretty awesome if I say so myself. And I'm also pretty happy to say that they were able to add a good amount of variety in the encounters, not just with the xenomorph, but also with the like the bots that roam around the facility. They are just as dangerous. So it adds a bit of justification for a lot of the stuff that happens in the game. So all in all, go check out Alien Isolation. You will not regret it. And then, of course, we've got ourselves these other two games that came out in the past 5 years. We've got ourselves Fireteam Elite and Dark Descent. First one being a co-op horror shooter, similar in vein to something like Left 4 Dead, while the latter being a more of an XCOM style thing. So it's like the closest thing we've got to a strategy game on this list. I just want to throw these games in here. I mean, not just because they're action horror, but also because they're actually pretty decent. If you like, you know, if you want a third-person style Left 4 Dead game, or if you want an XCOM style of game, check out both of them respectively. So, yeah. Which, speaking of indie, we got ourselves, I think, the newest game that we're going to be talking about tonight. This game that just blew up earlier this year, Amenti. This is a mummy sort of survival horror game, kind of more on the psychological horror side of things. So I think this one caught my attention specifically, not just because it blew up on YouTube, but also because this one is in a setting that not a lot of horror games really do, and that's that's like Egyptian mummy tombs. You would think there'd be a lot more games that would have that, but surprisingly, no. So, and I'm just gonna say this right now: the game looks fucking beautiful. Like, I'm pretty sure this is on Unreal Engine 5, which is an amazing engine. So, definitely carrying this game as far as its graphics. But as far as the game itself, I mean, admittedly, I have not played it myself, but it does look beautiful. So I that's all I gotta really say. And then we got ourselves Amnesia. So, yep, we've got ourselves the Amnesia games. It should not surprise you, though, that Amnesia, the original, this is going in the A tier. Machine for Pigs is going in C. Rebirth is going in B. And then the Bunker is going to go in... We'll put it in B as well. And again, I can change where everything is on here, so fret not on that. But yeah, again, Amnesia. I mean, this is a pretty iconic game in a lot of ways. You know, blew up online 15 years ago, which is just like, wow. This was one of the first survival horror games that was in first person. Not the first, but like this was like the one that blew up. Also just the general sort of like it's just like a lot of it is, again, it's more of psychological horror in this game's case, and I don't know, just a lot of the just having to deal with the sanity meter, because if you're in the dark more often, then your character's gonna go crazy. That's such a really cool mechanic that works in this game's favor, because that will directly affect your ability to actually get through the area, throughout the entire mansion. And I think that's pretty cool. So, but yeah, need I say more though? Machine for Pigs, on the other hand, this game gets a lot of shit. I get the criticism, like it's way shorter than the original game, and I mean, it's not as scary in a lot of ways. I mean, that being said, though, I do find the pig motif to be kind of fucking unsettling for sure, at least for someone like me. But yeah, this game, generally speaking, is a lot easier. It's not as scary. It's definitely shorter than the first game, so it does. I understand its criticisms. I do think it does get a bit too much shit, though, at least personally. So that's just me. But as far as the other Amnesia games are concerned, Rebirth and The Bunker, I think these are really cool settings for both these games. Rebirth obviously taking place in was it Algeria, like the Algerian desert, in like a abandoned tomb, and then The Bunker taking place in World War One, kind of in basically a trench. Those are really cool concepts. Not the first time we've had a World War One horror game. Unfortunately, we're gonna be talking about one later down the line. But yeah, like I will say, I do think I definitely prefer The Bunker over Rebirth, because with Rebirth, there's just not a lot of tension in the game. Like, there's not that many enemy encounters, like, at all. They definitely improved that with The Bunker, and I don't know, it's just a lot creepier to me with The Bunker, so that's all I gotta really say. They're both okay. So, God, Rosemary, you're so awkward. All right, so Among the Sleep. Okay, actually, I have not played either of these, Among the Sleep or Amy. I heard Amy was trash, though, like one of the absolute worst horror games of all time. So, but I've not played Among the Sleep, so I can't really comment on that. What I can comment on is this next game we've got here, Aoni. So this was a Japanese indie game that came out I think it came out in 2008. I don't know, there's conflicting information on this. Some sources say 2004, Other sources say 2007. Other sources say 2008. All I know is that like at some point in like the 2000s is when this game's original version came out, and then the final version I think came out in like what 2012. But I don't know. Like this game was ambitious for being a RPG Maker survival horror game. I'll give it that. I just was not a big fan of the gameplay. And also, like, I think that the Oni himself looks a bit too goofy to be taken seriously. And also just doesn't help that, like, there was a lot of inconsistencies as far as which version you play. Trust me when I say this. Depending on which version you play, you're not going to have a good time. But either way, I don't think I like this game all that much. It's not an F tier, but it is a D tier. It's just not really my style of horror. I don't know. Alright, these next two games. Arizona Sunshine. I have not played either of these, so I can't comment on them. Although they are both zombie games, so, you know. Alright. Okay. We'll save Back for Blood later. I feel like I'd have to talk about Left 4 Dead first before I talk about Back 4 Blood. So I'm going to save that for later. Escape the Backrooms. So this is the one of many games based off the Backrooms. You know, I didn't want to add it. I didn't want to add every single one. I did want to at least have one. This is the most prominent out of them. From what I played though, it's whatever. I'll put it in a C tier. I don't know. The problem with a lot of these types of horror games, because this has the same problem that I do have with something like Layers of Fear, which we'll get to later. And it's the fact that it's more of a walking simulator than it is a horror game. And I don't really like that. I just find it to be kind of boring at points. I mean, the locations themselves are really cool. Just, you know, I mean, the whole concept of the Backrooms themselves definitely has a lot of cool, like, interesting motifs, I guess you could say, but I just don't think that, like, this was the best execution for it as a horror game. So, that's just me, though. Which, well, speaking of, trends, we finally reached our first mascot horror games. And God, I am not excited to talk about these next few. So, first of all, first member of the chopping block for survival horror, or for mascot horror. Baldi's Basics in Education and Learning. So, okay, I'm also going to preface this right now. I already said, I am not a big fan of zombie games. But this might also surprise a decent amount of you guys as well. I am not the biggest fan of a lot of mascot horror games either. Like, a lot of these games I just find to be a lot more goofy than scary. And frankly, there are definitely a few that I have just straight up have gotten really fucking sick and tired of over the years. I know that may seem weird because, like, I like FNAF, as you can probably tell back there, and we'll get to FNAF when we get to it. But, like, I don't know, man. Like, I just feel like every other of this style of horror game, except for, like, a couple, was just really trying to cash in on the FNAF market. And it just, most of the time, didn't work. And that's especially the case with this motherfucker. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put this in F tier. And honestly, if I'm going to even be honest with you guys as well, this barely even counts as a horror game. Like, I get that it's kind of, it's kind of like a Slender clone. I guess that's the best way you can call Baldi's Basics, is that it has basically similar gameplay to that of like the older Slender games. Just kind of disguised as a 90, like a mid to late 90s edutainment game. But it's just not an aesthetic that I think really works as being a horror game. Like, it just looks ugly. Like, it's not like a creepy ugly, it's just ugly to look at. And I don't know, it's just not a very scary game. So, yeah. Although, here's the funniest thing about this game, though. I didn't know about this game until after it was popular. This game was like popular, what 2018, 2019? I didn't know about this game until like 2022. I think that pretty much says everything about this game. Because if I didn't even know about it, because like I keep up with like all sorts of trends. If I didn't even know that this was a thing, that should tell you everything right there. Alright, and then it leads us into another mascot horror franchise that, frankly, I am getting fucking sick and tired of. So, we got ourselves the Bendy games. So, I'm not gonna lie, this is one of those franchises that I get really, really fucking annoyed when people like sing this like game's praises, because this game was clearly cashing in on the FNAF market. Like, I've seen this, like I saw this ever since the beginning of whenever the first chapter came out. And that leads us into another problem with this, is that this is an episodic game, or at least this first game. So, for those who don't know, episodic games are basically games where they are formatted in chapters, and usually like a big amount of that, a lot of the time, a lot of those types of games are also released over like a specific period of time. It was a very popular trend in the mid 2010s where a lot of games decided it would be a good idea to pad out the development time of their games over an extended period of time. And Bending in the Machine was a part of that trend, and that is a trend I did not like. There's some games that ended up fine that I thought were still good despite that. I'd say Hitman 2016 is probably like one of the better examples of a game that was episodically released, but not Bendy. So, I know nowadays people say that Bendy is one of the best, like, you know, mascot horror things ever. I am not one of those people. I am putting Bending in the Machine and Bending in the Dark Revival, both these games, I'm putting an F. I have not played this third Bendy game. What is it called? Oh yeah, Secrets of the Machine. I've not played that. I never intend to play it. But I'm sorry, but I don't like this style of horror. It just does not creep me out. And frankly, I find it to be more irritating than endearing. Like, I will say this about Bendy though, and this is the one thing I'm gonna give praise. I do at least admire that they did take some cues from System Shock on here, which, by the way, System Shock is not on this list, because I didn't know if I wanted to count as a survival horror game or not, so I didn't include either of the games, even though technically the second game is also a survival horror game. It's a RPG, survival horror, hybrid, whatever. But like I could at least, I saw the inspiration at least from the way in which melee combat works. It's very similar to Looking Glass's older games. So like that was kind of cool. Other than that, I don't give a shit. The logistics of this like animation studio make no goddamn sense whatsoever. Why is this like basically the size of an entire amusement park, despite the fact that this is supposed to be an animation studio. Why, like, and also it's like, why is it that, um, again, why was this also released episodically? Like, I don't really see any sort of justification as to why they did that. It's just not feasible. Like, they didn't do that with the sequel games, I will give them that, but it's not like the sections were all that complicated. It's very monotonous and basic tasks. And I've already said this before, Benny looks fucking stupid. I'm just gonna straight up say it. So, I don't know. I don't like Bendy. And I don't even like the art direction of this game either. Because again, why does everything look cartoony, including like the first chapter? Like that doesn't make any sense considering I don't fucking get it, man. This game is fucking weird. So, again, this game also has the same problem that FNAF had for the longest time, where it's very story anemic. So, yeah. And, well, truth be told, I've got very similar things to say about Dark Revival. This game I did not play by choice. I was forced to play the first, like, hour of this game, and I wanted to commit Subuku immediately in Minecraft. It was awful. I do not want to play any sort of game within this franchise ever again. It was genuine pain. So, please don't make me play this shit, guys. So yeah, let's move on. Okay, Bigfoot. I have not played this game, so I can't comment on this. Nor have I played any of the was it Black Tower games? Or Black Mirror, that's what it's called. I've not played like any of those. Keep in mind that there was a remake. I just didn't have enough time to get pictures, so I can't comment on any of those. Blair Witch, though, I can comment on. So this is the game that was made by Bloober back in 2019. And that's going to be a name that's going to be brought up a lot, because they've made a lot of horror games in the past 10 years. Some of them are actually pretty good, others not so much. Unfortunately, this falls in that latter category. Again, is another game that is pretty much just a walking simulator, and it's not a very good walking simulator. I'm gonna have to put it in a D tier. Like, I don't know. I'm someone who appreciates the original Blair Witch movie. Yeah, it started a bad trend of found footage horror movies, and like, yeah, that was a problem for a while, but the original initial concept of the movie I still find to be very fascinating. And I'm not even like a big horror movie guy. So the fact that like they made like this game kind of somewhat based off of Blair Witch, but not really. It's just like, why? Like, what? I don't know. It just doesn't really make any sense, at least to me. So, yeah. All right. Okay, let's go back to action horror. Let's talk about Blood. So I played through the original Blood 2 years ago. I think I gave it a 6 out of 10 whenever I played through it, but keep in mind I had to replay through that game twice because the fucking stream ended. So that's kind of what caused me to be super annoyed about that. But I think in hindsight, it is still a good game. I would have put it like, I think I put it like in our retro games tier list. I did put it in like what, like a B or a C. I'm gonna put it in like an A tier. If you want a Doom style of game, that's like very much, you know, one of the creepiest games you can ever actually play. Blood is actually kind of a good choice. That phantasm that like disappears, it still fucking creeps me out. I'm not gonna lie. Also that level in the inside of like that intestine, it's like, what the fuck? Like, what? Rest in peace, Monolith. Though that still makes me sad. Um, Unfortunately, its sequel is trash. Don't play Blood 2. It's one of the worst games of the 90s. It's not even close. And it's pretty sad that this was the follow-up to a pretty decent Doom clone. So yeah, don't play Blood 2. It's bad. Alright. Next up we got ourselves our first game that I'm just immediately gonna put into does it count, because I personally don't think it counts, but I know a lot of people online says it counts. Bloodborne. I don't think this counts, because to me this is a dark fantasy game that has inspiration with some steampunk inspiration in there, but I wouldn't count it as a horror game. I just wanted to put it on this list because pretty much I've seen so many people online call it a horror game. I just don't know if I'd do that, because there is a difference between what is considered horror and dark fantasy. Dark fantasy is essentially fantasy that has a lot of horror elements or has like a grim look or tone, and it's typically on a larger scale. Whereas something that is specifically horror tends to be a lot smaller scale. So that's kind of why I'm a bit iffy with Bloodborne, because it takes place throughout an entire city. So, and you know, it has a lot of magic and stuff, and it's not really like horror. I don't know. Does it count? I'll let you guys start on that one. But the next game, Blood West. This is a game that is a part of the throwback shooter revival of games. This time it's set in the old. Well, oh wait, no, it's not really a. It's more of a. I guess it's more of like a 2000s style of horror game. Or sorry, like a 2000 style of like FPS. It's more in line with something like System Shock, but it's set in the Old West. So if that's something you like, I'd recommend it. So I'm actually gonna put it in a B tier. I think it's pretty cool. All right, the Callisto Protocol. Okay, similar to Back 4 Blood, I feel like I'd have to talk about Dead Space before I talk about this. So we'll save this for whenever we talk about Dead Space, because it's going to be very important to have that conversation. So, all right. Call of Cthulhu. Both of these games. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. This first Call of Cthulhu game from 2005, was it Dark Corners of the Earth? I acknowledge it's not a very good game, but it is admittedly a kind of a guilty pleasure of mine. Like, it is not a good game. Like, don't expect this to be like, you know, a masterpiece game. I did give it an honorable mention, in our 2005 Caspian Game Awards. Although keep in mind, it was also a guilty pleasure mention. So, this game is buggy, and this game has stealth that barely works. I still kind of like it though. I'll put it in like a C tier. And you know what? I'm almost going to do the same thing with a remake here. Because yes, this is technically a remake of this game. Because it's set in the same town, same story, just with different beats. but I do feel like the improvements that this game has, unfortunately, there's some like also has some things that draw it back. So I'm gonna put them in like the same tiering. So yeah. All right. Carrier. This fucking I think it was it like a Sega Saturn or a Dreamcast game. I don't fucking know. I haven't played it. It looks awful though, so take that with a grain of salt. Carry On or Carrion. Actually, both of these. Carrion. No, okay, no. This is a horror game. C tier. It's just not my thing. I don't know. Like it's a reverse horror game, so instead of you going away from the monster, you are the monster, and that's kind of cool. It's just not really like the style of horror that I'm into, so nah. All right, Chernobylite. Does this count? Like I've seen it described as a survival horror game, but similar to something like Stalker or Metro, which we'll get to those later as a matter of fact. I don't know. I don't really know if I count those as horror because those are more like apocalyptic games, right? And this is kind of a similar thing to that. This one has a bit more of a justification for it. I feel like compared to something like Metro, but I don't know. It just feels too lighthearted at points. Like again, it's more of just a traditional survival. Well, that's not even really a survival game. It's more just a linear FPS game with survival elements in it. So I don't know. I'm gonna put this one in. Does it count? Because I don't know if it does. That being said, though, Clive Barker's Undying in Jericho. Yes, Clive Barker himself was a consultant for 2 video games in the 2000s that just so happened to be first-person shooters. Undying and Jericho. Undying takes place in an Irish mansion where a bunch of spooky ghosts are going around and you have to quell all the spirits. And then Jericho, it's pretty much a squad-based shooter where you take it down a bunch of foes. Again, Jericho, I'm gonna put in does it count? Because I don't know if it fully does. But Undying, I'll put it in a C tier. It's okay. Like, this game is pretty interesting because it's actually one of the few games where you actually shoot the gun on the left hand as opposed to the right, which is kind of cool. And also, funny enough, similar to Bioshock of all things, you actually do have abilities that you can shoot out on your other hand, which is pretty unique for a game from that time. It was actually ahead of the curve from Bioshock in that respect, so that's pretty cool. Like compared to that, like to the plasmids of Bioshock, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, I don't know if I call Jericho a horror game. It's just kind of a grimy shooter, and then Undying is more of a horror themed action game, which I think is okay. All right, and then we got ourselves the Clock Tower games. So this is another interesting conversation to have because this is another series that predates Resident Evil. So yeah, now as far as okay, so by the way, these are not the same game. This is the Super Nintendo game and this is the PlayStation 1 game. They just both so happen to have been called Clock Tower, or at least because this was not released in North America, this one was. That said, I'm actually going to put both these games in A tier. I am going to put I'm going to put Struggle Within in D tier, and I'm going to put Clock Tower 3 in C tier. So, I'm actually genuinely pretty impressed with Clock Tower, the original game. Because this is a survival horror game on the Super Nintendo, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, a Super Nintendo survival horror game. And it's actually, unironically, a really damn good game. It has unsettling visuals. It actually can scare the player at points. The Scissor Man, well, yeah, like, he can be a bit goofy at times. He can also be kind of fucking creepy at points. And even just like the look of like just the look of this game, it's just so damn good. Like the visuals, similar to the backgrounds of Alone in the Dark, they hold up to this day. So yeah, no, I definitely think that Clock Tower holds up. And it has its critics, but I don't agree with those critics. Go check it out. And again, check out this game's sequel. It's the PlayStation 1 game. I think it's also a pretty damn good game in its own right. Not as, like... Actually, no. I would argue that they're both as good as each other. They just play a bit differently. Because obviously, one of them is, sprite-based. The other one is a 3D game. So... And also, I'm pretty sure there's some other there's other monsters in Clock Tower as well, but like the Super Nintendo game. But the PlayStation 1 game, I mean, this is the one that was like more commercially available in the United States, and so like I think this one is, it does a lot of things that are interesting enough, and that are different from this, that I think it definitely justifies playing it. But these two Clock Tower games, I definitely think are pretty cool. Unfortunately, they botched it up with the sequel. I mean, this game is kind of an inferior version of this Clock Tower game. I mean, keep in mind, this is not the cover that was in the North American release, because the North American release of this cover is actual ass. Because I have a little bit of respect for you guys, so... But this is not a good game. The chases aren't as interesting. The level design is convoluted. The story in this is just straight up awful. So, yeah, it is not really a game that's worth seeking out. I'm sorry. Hurts me. I'm sorry, guys. Now, as for Clock Tower 3, it's better, but not by much. Like, it is a little bit better. They fixed some of the issues with Clock Tower 2, but it just has it has the same problem of having kind of a weaker narrative compared to the first two games, and having really weird and questionable level choice. So yeah, that's kind of the thing. So, not a bad game per se, but you could see why. What was it, Konami? Who owns Clock Tower? Oh, Capcom. Okay, Capcom owns it. Okay. But yeah, you can see why Capcom kind of stopped making these games, because it just wasn't really fully worth it by the mid was it early 2000s. Yeah, I mean, besides they had Resident Evil, so it's like, why have another survival horror game? All right. All right, we have to have this conversation again. So, this is probably the point of the video where people are going to be having a tirade, because it's like, what the fuck? Why is this here? Well, it's because... Let me remind you guys that we are talking about all horror games. We are not just talking about survival horror here on this channel. And we are in fact also talking about just horror in general. And that includes the zombies game mode in Call of Duty. So, and besides, it's actually been a while since we actually talked about Call of Duty anyway, so give me a break on that one. And also, spoiler alert for this list, but there's already going to be so many fucking zombie games that are going to be like low on this list anyway. So give me a bone, okay? Give me a goddamn bone here. So give me a break. But anyways, so I'm not going to waste my time on these. It should be pretty obvious where I'm going to be placing all these games. World at War and Black Ops 1 Zombies S tier, Black Ops 2 Zombies A tier, Advanced Warfare Zombies fucking F tier, Black Ops 3 Zombies A tier, Infinite Warfare Zombies C tier, World War 2 Zombies B tier, Black Ops 4 Zombies C tier, Cold War Zombies B tier, Vanguard Zombies, that I have since played Vanguard Zombies since like I talked. Holy shit, it's actually worse than I thought it was going to be. And because of that, trash. I didn't okay. And then Black Ops 6. This one's complicated. Fuck, this one's complicated to talk about. Okay, for now, D tier, but I'll explain. So, I mean, World at War and Black Ops Zombies, those are, like, in my opinion, that's kind of the zombies that I prefer the most as far as, you know, Call of Duty zombies. I just prefer the older style. And so, and yeah, I mean, some of my favorite maps of all time are come from both those games. If you watched our Call of Duty Zombies tier list, you know exactly why. So, same thing with Black Ops 2 and Black Ops 3, albeit with Black Ops 2, Transit and Die Rise brings it down, so that's why it's an A tier, but everything else, fantastic. Black Ops 3, the only bad, like the weakest map that is exclusive to Black Ops 3 is Zetsubo, but even then it's still a decent map. That being said, I'm not a big fan of a lot of the remastered maps. I do think that most of the remasters from Black Ops 3 are from Chronicles are inferior compared to the original versions. The only exception being Moon and Origins. So that's why it's an A tier. But other than that, I think those are fine. Yes, I did put World War II Zombies and Cold War Zombies over Infinite Warfare and Black Ops 4. Sue me. That being said, it boils down to locations. Infinite Warfare Zombies, I only like 2 maps. And even then, that's kind of a lie with one of them. So the one map that I actually genuinely like from this game is Raven the Redwoods. I am not a big fan of Zombies in Spaceland, which I know you guys can like fucking boo me all you want, but I don't give a shit. And then the other map that's kind of... I like the location, and I like some of the concepts, but I know it's not a very popular map. I don't think Challenge Shovel's that bad. Whatever. Attack of the Radioactive thing is garbage, though, and, Beast from Beyond. Those maps are ass. So I'd rather play World War II Zombies. Because the only like truly bad thing from World War II Zombies, at least in my opinion, is Tortured Path. I would much rather play Final Reich, not Durand Fong. Was it Das Herrenhaus? I think that's what it was called. And fucking hell, what's that other map? Shattered Throne. I'd much rather play those maps compared to most of the Infinite Warfare Zombies maps. And I'd even say Darkest Shore and I'd even say Darkest Shore is an okay map. So I know that one gets a lot of shit, but whatever. And then Cold War Zombies. Again, I don't think that there is a single bad map in that game. I just don't like how they just made fucking that one mode into the thing Outbreak. I don't like how they made that into the main focus of Cold War Zombies, because we only got 4 regular maps in that game, and that makes me sad, because we could have at least gotten 6, because that's the bare minimum for a game, at least in my opinion. Not 4. So that's just me though. Black Ops 4 Zombies, I just do not like the changes that they made with the mechanics in Black Ops 4. They worked in Cold War, they didn't work in Black Ops 4. And also, I don't really like a lot of the maps in the game. The only maps I did thoroughly like was, I think it was Ancient Evil and 9. And then Togger Totem was okay, and maybe Classified. Everything else, not so much. Vanguard Zombies. Oh my god, I think I need to sincerely apologize to everyone, because I said that I was not going to play Vanguard Zombies. That game is trash. Literally one of the worst experiences I've ever fucking had in a game. And I wish I was joking. It was awful. Duran Fong alone is one of the most joyless experiences I've ever had. It felt like it was a chore playing through that damn game. Holy shit. That was absolutely awful. Anyone who says that there's a map that's worse than Duran Fong, you are a goddamn liar. So, no thank you. And then that leads us into, oh yeah, and also Exo Zombies. Fuck Exo Zombies. I never was a fan. I hate the Exo movement in that game. It's awful feeling. As for Black Ops 6, again, my feelings are very complicated about Black Ops 6 Zombies, because even though I think that the game mechanically feels really good, I do think that the first few maps that were released for the game were actually fairly decent. I'm not going to lie about that. I think that, I'm trying to remember the actual map. Sorry, I'm looking up the names, because it's been months since I played Black Ops 6 on Black Ops 6 in general. But that gets into a part of my problem. But anyways, so I played Liberty Falls. Yeah, I played Terminus and then Liberty Falls. I liked Terminus, and I thought Liberty Falls was also a decent sort of map. So I've not played the maps after that. So I did not play Citadel de Morts, The Tomb, or Shattered Veil. I have not played those yet, although unfortunately, from what I can tell, it looks like Shattered Veil is a motherfucking campaign mission, which is really annoying me. But there is a reason why I do have it to where sorry, there is a reason why I do have it in D tier. And it's not to do with the gameplay. It's due to a lot of the bullshit surrounding the game. Because I've already mentioned in our Caspian Game Awards of 2024 that they they were caught using AIR in their game. So yeah, I cannot in good conscience give this game any higher than a D because of that. So again, I liked what I played, and I don't really know the opinions of the other maps. I mean, like Citadel del Morts looks kind of cool, kind of a cool gothic castle look. The tomb also doesn't look too bad. I don't like how they just made one of the campaign missions into like they basically made a campaign mission, it looks like, into a thing. But I digress. I don't want to support a game that has AI earn it. So yeah. And yes, that is the last Call of Duty game I will play. So yeah. Alright, anyways, these okay. So next up, Cold Fear. I've not played this. It looks like it's another Resident Evil clone. So that's all I gotta really say. I do own it, I just haven't played it. That said, we've got ourselves the Condemned games, and well, we're gonna put Condemned Criminal Origins all the way in A tier. And the sequel we'll put in C tier. This is one of the creepiest fucking games I have ever fucking played. Condemned Criminal Origins is so just like it's so creepy, but also it's cool, but it's also creepy. Like it's so good. It's really like I don't know how to describe it. Like it's I think this might sound weird, but like it's essentially like I don't want to call it like a proto Outlast because it's not really like Outlast, but it has a very similar sort of horror like style to Outlast, and I think it's so like it's executed so damn good. So like you're a detective trying to figure out trying to solve a case, but it goes absolutely haywire. It's just it's so good. So go check this game out. As a matter of fact, I'm actually gonna put this in S tier. It's that damn good. Go check it out. Like, it's so good. The sequel though, it was just misguided. Like, it's not a bad sequel. Like, it's fine, but like, I think that's why I'm putting it in C tier, is that it's just disappointing compared to how damn good this original game was. So, and it also doesn't help that this game is kind of hard to find nowadays. Like, you have to basically get it on console, because I don't even think this had a PC port. So you'd have to get either a PS3 or an Xbox 360, which is unfortunate. But yeah, no, like, that first Condemned game, go check it out. Contagion, this is another zombie game. This one's also just okay. I think I streamed this, I think, once or maybe twice before. It's fine. Compared to another zombie survival game that we'll talk about later, I do like how this game is a lot more customizable than that certain game that we'll get to later. So that's always nice. So yeah, I don't know, this is kind of a thing. Alright. Alright. Okay, you know what? I think we're gonna get all these games out of the way, because all these games are basically the fucking same. So content warning, Lethal Company, and Repo. Sai is not gonna be happy with where I'm gonna put these. Oh my god. Okay. So you guys know me. I'm someone who is very much the type of person who, if I don't like the look of a game, I am not going to give a shit about it. Or in some cases, I'm just going to get really annoyed by it. It's the same reason why I like, or it's one of the reasons why I cannot stand Bendy in the Ink Machine. It's because I hate the look of the game itself. It just looks, it just mentally confuses me, and I think Bendy just looks fucking stupid. And well, unfortunately, I've got very similar things to say, at least about content warning and repo. That said, Lethal Company, I'll give that one a pass, at least somewhat. I'll give it a D. But these other two games, I'm sorry, I hate the look of these games, man. Like, I'm sorry. So, and honestly, like, I don't even really care about any of these games, truth be told, because these aren't the first multiplayer games that we're talking about tonight, but the goal of basically all these games is to extract as much loot as you can with a group of friends before like you die. That's essentially what these games are. And that's just not a loop that I like, especially considering that you're pretty defenseless. If I'm going to be playing an extraction based game, I'd rather be playing something that's akin to an extraction shooter. And I just don't like this style of horror game where you have to extract. I just don't think it's really all that fun. And not to mention, I especially have a bit of a disdain for Repo because of the stupid original cover of this game with that stupid emoji. Like, this is something that I've talked about with Goldie plenty of times before, and I've definitely even talked about this on previous episodes. I am getting sick and tired of this stupid fucking trend, and this is somewhat tied to mascot horror as well. I'm getting really sick and tired of just random, like, ordinary things that you just see being, like, you know, like, turned into, like, horror things. Like, that's a trend that I'm really getting fucking sick and tired of. And, well, Repo is just another example. Like, I'm sorry, it looks fucking stupid. Like, you know, it's the same reason why I can't stand shit like Fallout, because I hate the 50s and 60s look of that franchise. And if you're going to make, like, an emoji, like, kind of creep, like, trying to, like, make an emoji scary, oh, it's fucking stupid. And it also doesn't help that I don't like the look, like, the cartoony look of Repo in particular. It just doesn't look scary. Like, it just doesn't translate that well. It might be good for party games, and it might be, like, a good Twitch game for people to play, but not for me. So, and again, similar thing with content warning, except replace the emoji with the emoticons. So, oh, and also amount of like a decent variety of wall glitches. So, I'm sorry. I know all my friends are playing these games, and like it sucks that like I'm the one person who doesn't like this type of shit, but I genuinely can't stand this stuff. I really can't. Anyways, let's move on. Okay, Cry of Fear. A game that I remember playing, but I was too much of a wuss to like play through the game whenever I streamed it. Also, this game does deal with a lot of serious topics. I appreciate that. And this game has some cool ideas. This was originally a mod for Half-Life, funny enough. I am going to put it as C tier, though. Because I do feel like there tends to be a lot more glitchier stuff in this game than there should be. So, yeah. And, well, that then leads us to Curse, The Eyes of Isis. This is another Mummy game, also another Resident Evil clone. So expect to see a lot of, you know, fixed camera angles and tank controls with this one. This one I'm going to put in a C tier as well. It's a decent alternative to Resident Evil, although, again, it has a lot of those same trappings, so yeah. I don't know. Alright, and then we got ourselves D. That's what's called. D. I'm not gonna lie, I've not played either of these. These are like more cinematic horror games, which that was also kind of a. There's a decent amount of those games that we'll be talking about, but yeah, these just don't really interest me, so that's why I haven't played them yet. But they are what they are. Alright, Dark Deception. Again, I've not played this one either. This is another co-op horror game, but I don't know, it just doesn't really look all that good to me. They had a Silent Hill collaboration fucking somehow with this. So, yeah. Alright, oh no. Oh no. The Dark Pictures Anthology. Oh god. Okay. The Dark Pictures Anthology. A project that is hella confusing to me. So all these games are set in the same universe, but it's kind of like the Conjuring universe in the sense that they're more interconnected with each other, but not directly associated with each other. At least that's what I'm getting at. So, admittedly, I did not play these last two games, House of Ashes or The Devil in Me, but I did play these first two games. The Man of Medan. That's just a dumb name. I'm sorry, that's a really, really dumb name. The Man of Medan. Like, I'm sorry. I think that's a really, really dumb name. And well, truth be told, I was not a fan whenever I played this. I'm not a really big fan of these more interactive movie style of games. And well, these are not the first. These are not the only ones we're going to be talking about. So I'm going to put these in D tier, and I'm going to also put Little Hope in there as well because I was not a fan of that either. If I'm going to be playing a game, I want to be able to do shit in the game and not just be forcing myself to watch basically what's a cutscene for like the entirety. Just make it a movie at that point, or make it more interactable and make it an actual fucking game. So I don't know. I don't like that. All right, Dark Seed. These are some of the point and click horror games I talked about. These games are all, again, similar to Alone in the Dark. These are the oldest games that we've got on here, and these are very important, along with Alone in the Dark, for establishing a lot of the horror motifs. And you know what? I'm going to put both of these in B tier. The gameplay can be super frustrating because you basically need to know what you're supposed to do, otherwise you're going to fail hard in these games. Which that can be really annoying at points. But I think what's made up for that is just sort of the just the general story, like the general motifs that they have as far as world building, as well as the H.R. Geiger artwork that they have in these games. Yes, they actually got H.R. Geiger of Alien fame to work on the designs for a lot of this. And there is some fucked up imagery in this game. A lot more than you would think for a game from 1992 and 95 respectively. It's actually unnerving and uncomfortable. like feeling, but like in a good way. So if you like point and click adventure games that have like a tiny nudge of survival horror in them, Dark Siege 1 and 2, not bad choices. Just make sure you play these games with a guide. So, yeah. Alright, Darkwood. I'm putting this in A tier. This is a fucking creepy as hell game that's mostly set in the woods. I don't want to call it Terraria, like horror Terraria, because that's kind of insulting to it. Not that Terraria is a bad game. It's just it's not the same thing. But like it's like a sort of like a top-down horror game. But like, oh my god, it's so good. Again, like I think the light mechanics I think in this game work pretty well. And even just the general sound design, holy shit, it's so good. So I don't know how to describe it. Like, it's just an eerie sort of game that will definitely scare you, and it doesn't have any jump scares. Like, that's the thing. It's like the game doesn't like have any intentional jump scares in the game, and I think that works in this game's benefit. Not that like jump scares are, you know, inherently bad. They can be useful, but this game proves that you don't need jump scares to make an effective horror game. So, yeah. Go check it out. Days Gone, I've not played, nor do I care. Again, I'm not a big zombie game guy, so... I mean, that being said, this one's kind of admittedly, like, bordering does it count. But it is a zombie game, so it's on here. Which we're going to be talking about a lot of zombie games. Now, oh my god. God, yeah, we're not even halfway done. I'm trying to get through as much as I can. But anyways, DayZ. D tier. I like Arma. I think Arma's cool. I'm not a big fan of this mod, though. I know it's a popular one, but I just don't care, because again, I don't like zombies, and I find this to be a lot more frustrating than it should be. So, no thanks. Dead by Daylight. C tier. I have massive problems with Dead by Daylight. I mean, first of all, it's much more fun playing as the killer than it is the survivor, at least for me. It gets super frustrating trying to play as a survivor in this game. That being said, it can also be annoying playing as a killer, because there's some maps that are definitely more like balanced toward, like, they're more balanced between both killers and survivors. A lot of the, like, there's also a lot of times where there tends to be a lot of maps that tend to favor the survivors more than not. And it doesn't help that this game has a huge learning curve to it. I mean, I don't know, it just gets super frustrating trying to go through a match of Dead by Daylight, because if you basically need to, like, either have like a guide with you to try to figure out all the mechanics in this game, or have other players that are veterans of the game to kind of teach you. Otherwise, you're gonna get fucked. So it's just one of those games that you need to take a lot of time in, and unfortunately, I'm not one of those people who has a lot of time. So, all right. These other zombie games. Okay. Dead Island and Dead Island Riptide. I'm going to just put these in D tier. I've not played these other games. I just don't care. I don't like zombie games. And unfortunately, Dead Island is kind of both of these games represent everything what I don't like about zombie games. I know it's a cult classic. I know people really like Dead Island, but I just don't really vibe with the sort of, you know, survival zombie aspect. It's just not my thing. I know people definitely think that Riptide is worse, but I really don't see that much of a difference between both of these. They're basically the same game to me. Deadly Premonition. I've not played either of these, so I can't really comment on either of them. Again, Dead Rising. I've played the first two, and I'm not a fan. I know Goldie is going to cry about the fact that I put two of his favorite games in D tier, but I don't care. I genuinely do not like. It's actually more offensive with me with Dead Rising because you guys know how much I cannot stand timer mechanics, and that is essentially what these games are based on: is a limited amount of time to be able to like do like certain objectives. I fucking hate that shit, like with a passion. So sorry, I don't like that with both of these games. They got rid of it with these latter games, but I don't want to play them, so sorry. Thankfully, we've reached some pretty close to peak games. The Dead Space games. So, Dead Space, the first game, I'm gonna put this in. Yeah, fuck it. We're gonna put this in S tier. Dead Space 2, we're gonna put this in A tier. And then Dead Space 3, I'm gonna put this in C tier. So, Dead Space, easily one of the best horror games I've personally played. I played through this game twice for you guys, and I enjoyed both of the times I went through. I think that the game is, it's definitely terrifying, especially the first time you play through this. I think that the shooting feels really good in the game. The locations are so dingy and grimy. It's just like, ugh, and the enemy designs are just like it's gross and uncomfortable, like in a good way. And so like I definitely do think that Dead Space, the original game, holds up to this day. Like, yeah, there's the remake, which we'll talk about later, but even the original game still holds up. So go check it out. And hell, I'll even say this about Dead Space 2. Dead Space 2, I don't think it's as good as the first game, but it's still a pretty good step, like it's still a pretty good game on its own. And it being set on a different space station, just adding a bit more of a creepy atmosphere, and even go like kind of leaning away from some of the necromorph stuff, I think is pretty cool. Because I mean, there's only so much you can do with a necromorph to make it scary. So the fact that they thought outside of the box with a few of those ideas, I think worked out. So, but yeah, no, Dead Space 2, not bad, pretty good. And then we got Dead Space 3, another game that I understand the criticisms of the game. It's less of a horror game, and it's more of a general action game. It's more of just a traditional third-person shooter, just with some horror elements. And while it didn't help that this game had microtransactions despite being a single-player game, I get that. The core of the game itself is not that bad, though. Like, I don't know. My feelings are complicated with Dead Space 3. I think it's only okay. Like a low C, high D. It's not like, I don't think it's like F. Trust me, there's worse horror games you could do. And well, we'll get to some of them later. But Dead Space 3 it's fine, you know. But yeah. But then that leads us into Callisto Protocol. So the reason why I'm bringing this game up here is because, well, this was made by a lot of the same developers who worked on the first two Dead Space games and was a spiritual successor to it. Problem is that a lot of people did not like this game when it came out, like at all. Which sucks because, well, the indie horror scene was pretty much dominant whenever this game came out, and it was dominant for a while. Problem was, a lot of it was mascot horror stuff. So to have like a big budget horror game that wasn't Resident Evil and that wasn't a mascot horror game, like that was awesome to hear about, because for the longest time that's essentially what the horror scene was. And made by the same people who worked on Dead Space. Fucking sign me up. Problem is that it was unfortunately a disaster on launch. It had a lot of technical problems. People were expecting it to be a lot more range combat focused. Instead, it was a lot more melee based. And yeah, it was just a disappointment for a lot of people. I don't think it's like F tier. I think it's on, like, I'd say Callisto Protocol is kind of the same way how I feel about Dead Space 3, funny enough, where I think it's just okay. I know people like to bash on Callisto Protocol, but I really don't think it's like the worst thing that they could have made. It's fine, you know. I don't know. I think this is just an example of a game that got a bit too much shit when it came out. Which is why I actually made it a guilty pleasure / honorable mention in our 2022 the Caspian Game Awards, excuse me. That being said, though, I'm not going to go on my way and say it's one of the best horror games ever. It has a lot of problems. It had a lot of technical issues when it came out. Sometimes the combat would be fine. Other times it just wouldn't work. The dialogue was just straight up terrible. So, yeah. It sucks to say, but that's kind of how I feel. That said, we got the Dead Space remake. And oh boy, it's just as good as the original. I still think the original Dead Space holds up to this day, but the remake, oh my god, it's really damn good. Not the most necessary remake we could have asked for, but definitely one that makes a lot of sense to have. So, you can play either the original or the remake, and you would still have a fantastic time. Either way, go play one of those two. It'll be awesome. So, it's so good. But yeah, I'll try to go up to Dying Light 2, and then I'll take a break. But yeah, let's move on to these other games. So, Deceit. These are kind of a direct competitor to Dead by Daylight. I actually played Deceit the same night I did Cry of Fear for our Halloween extravaganza. Problem is it's definitely an inferior version. D tier. It's whatever. It's just another poor thing. I don't know. It's basically, I don't know, it's just not really like kind of my cup of tea. And also it can be super frustrating trying to figure out who the killer is, because that's the gimmick, is that instead of you knowing who the killer is, you have to figure out who the killer is. Like, It's basically like Among Us, but it came out 2 years prior, and it was more of a horror-based thing. So yeah, you can probably see why it wasn't really my thing. I have not played its sequel, so can't really comment on that. Detention, I cannot comment on this either, though I do like that, because this was... Detention, this was one of those games that was like a PlayStation 1 survival horror throwback, right? No, this... Okay, there's plenty of those, but this is not one of those. Okay, this is more of a side-scrolling horror game. Okay. It looks kind of cool, but I have not played it, so I can't really comment. Alright. Next up. Dino Crisis. Yeah, this is the dinosaur horror game here. Well, Dino Crisis 1 and 2. Okay, Dino Crisis 1, I'm gonna give this a B tier. Crisis 2, I'll give it a C. And then 3, I don't even know if it counts. So, yes, Dino Crisis is dumb. It's just Resident Evil, but with dinosaurs. Like, the premise is dumb, but like, it has its moments. Same thing with 2, although I think this definitely is a lesser version. So, if you like if you want another Resident Evil clone, there you go. But Dino Crisis 3, the reason why I have this and doesn't count is it's not really a horror game per se. It's more of an action game. Problem is that it's a very bad one. So yeah, I don't really have much to say about Dino Crisis. It's just Resident Evil but with dinosaurs. Dreadout. So okay, I did play the first one. I've not played its sequels. This is essentially a spiritual successor to Fatal Frame, which we'll talk about later. Dreadout? Yeah, this looks like it would be kind of a cheap horror game. Not very good. I actually kind of like this game. I'm gonna give it a B tier. It's not gonna, like, you know, win any awards or anything, and like I said, it's very much a spiritual successor to Fatal Frame. Like, so if you like sort of the using of like pictures to try to capture ghosts or like run away from them, that's essentially what Dreadout is. Granted, you know, it could have been executed a bit better, although since this was maybe like 3 people, I'm gonna be a lot more forgiving about it, and I think it actually is a pretty cool alternative. So yeah. Alright, what do we got next? Oh yeah, Dusk. Alright, Dusk. I'm gonna put this in B tier. It's another Doom slash like it's another like retro shooter that's horror themed, similar to Blood, and I think it's pretty good. So if that interests you, go check it out. And then we got ourselves Dying Light. Again, D tier. I'm just gonna put both of them here. I just don't care. I don't like zombie games. Especially since Dying Light, I feel like it just hits every single trope in zombie media, and it's so goddamn annoying. Yes, it's set in a location that not a lot of zombie games take place in. It takes place in Istanbul, which that is interesting. Just kind of wish that there was more to that, though. So, and Dying Light 2, obviously being set years afterwards. I don't know. It just I just don't like survival zombie games. They're just not that appealing to me. I don't like zombies being like the only enemy type in a game. I think that's my main critique, like my main criticism is that like those are the only enemies. At least with Call of Duty Zombies, like they at least have other enemy types that pop up. And also those are action games, like first and foremost, so it's not as tedious compared to playing a survival zombie game for me. So yeah, I don't know. It's not really my thing. But yeah, all right. So I'll be right back. I'm only gonna take a second. I just need to go to the restroom. So yeah, I hope you guys are okay with that. But yeah, I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that. It was kind of starting to get hot in here again. But yeah, okay, how much more do we get? We're not even halfway? Ugh. I mean, I was expecting this to be a long tier list, so that's why I wanted to make sure I started early enough. But anyways, so, okay. Also, if you hear a fan, I apologize. Again, it's getting really freaking hot here at night. It's ridiculous. But anyways, so let's get back on track. So, what's the first game we got here? Oh no, Emily wants to fucking play. Okay, yeah, F. This game's trash. Garbage. I've not played its sequel. Dude, this is one of those examples of those games that was really popular back in, like, what, 2015, that just blew up because the only reason why this game got attention was because YouTubers played it. It's trash. Do not play this game. It's one of the worst horror games that, like, you could never really imagine. It's not even that creepy either. It's just shit. So, yeah, no. Don't bother. Bad. Thankfully, the next game that's immediately after that is Eternal Darkness, which this thing is going up to motherfucking S tier. Easily one of the best survival horror games ever made. Weirdly, kind of a time-traveling survival horror game, which is interesting, to say the least. But also, I really do love the sort of creepy insanity like effects that this game has. Very similar to Amnesia, except it's a lot more interactable in this, and that's so cool. And even just like the locations, they're just so creepy to walk around. Like, it's so creepy, but it's so good. All right, Evil Dead I've not played, so I can't comment on that. The Evil Within. I'm gonna put the original Evil Within. I'm gonna put it in a B tier, and I'm even gonna put its sequel in a B tier as well. These games, like this first game, got a lot of flack when it first came out. Like, trust me, I was there whenever this game got a lot of shit. But again, I think this is just an example of a game that just got a lot, basically got a bit too much hate when it first came out, because this was made by the Resident Evil guys, who left Capcom, and they're like, the game does have its problems still. Just the fact that certain versions of the game you cannot get rid of the cinematic bars, that's really dumb and annoying. Also, the section with the fucking ghost, don't even get me started with that. But the enemy encounters, the enemy designs themselves, the movements, really good. Like, Tango Games did really damn good work with this, along with its sequel. So, I mean, and well, the sequel is basically just an improved version of The Evil Within, so go check those games out if you haven't. All right, then okay, Fatal Frame. Okay, so Fatal Frame. We already talked about Dread Out, and that was a spiritual successor to these games. Now, Fatal Frame is kind of a weird series, because again, it's basically the whole concept is that you fight ghosts using these cameras, where you have to take pictures of them in order for you to be able to take them out. And with Fatal Frame, unfortunately, it has what I'd like to call the Silent Hill problem. what's the Silent Hill problem? Well, okay, I guess we'll have to talk about that later. But which I guess to be fair though, Dead Space also has the Silent Hill problem. But whatever. But anyways, okay. So as far as the individual games are concerned, the original game, I'm gonna put this in B tier. Fatal Frame 2, I'm gonna put this in A tier. Fatal Frame 3, B. And then this game, it's Mask of the Lunar Eclipse, right? That's what it's called? Yes! That game. I'm gonna put that in C tier. And then this fucking this 2012 game, I'm gonna put this in D tier. So the first Fatal Frame, I'm just gonna say it, awful dialogue, terrible voice acting, terrible North American cover. But the gameplay itself, really good. And also, like I said, a very unique way to dispatch of enemies. Just using the camera, the soul camera, whatever it's called. I think that's actually a pretty cool mechanic. And even the puzzles I thought were okay. Definitely a lot you could have improved upon, but I think this game is pretty good for the most part. It's mostly the sequel that really improves. I mean, look at that cover! And yes, that's like, it's not exactly like the North American cover, but like, oh my god, that's so creepy. Like, just the two, like the twins, like in the fucking, like, rope, like, that's so, oh, it's so creepy. Ugh. And funny enough, like, that cover does tie with the main characters, of the game. And kind of how there's a lot of parallels to another group of twins, like another pair of twins, in a nearby village, which is where the game takes place. And like, it's so good, but it's also so creepy, but it's also so good. It's so fucking creepy. Like, I'm surprised I haven't actually played these games for you guys yet. I played a bunch of other fucking games. Not Fatal Frame, god damn it. So, whatever. As far as Fatal Frame 3 is concerned, I do think it was a step back in some ways, but I still think it's a good game. It's as good as the original, I would say. Though, well, unfortunately, that's kind of the last game in that series I would say is genuinely good, because, well, unfortunately, the last two games that we have here, they dropped the horror elements so much. Like, they're just watered down versions, unfortunately, of the first three games. And that is just unfortunate. And it also doesn't help that those are the most accessible versions, because, well, these were originally PlayStation 2 exclusives. And then they re-released this on, like, this game on other consoles, and then this was released on other systems. And that sucks, because, like, they're not, like, this one's not a bad game. It's just not as creepy as the first three games. And again, I call that the Silent Hill problem. But, well, I'll explain what the Silent Hill problem is. So, just trust me when I say this. As far as psychological ghost horror games are concerned, play Fatal Frame 1 and 2 and 3. But especially 2. So, alright, so what do we got here? Oh, Fear, okay. More action horror, but Fear, I'm putting this shit in S. Fear 2, though, I'm putting this in, like, C. And I'm gonna put fucking Fear, like, F3 or whatever the fuck. I'm putting this in D. So, Fear. Need I say more about Fear? I think it's one of the best first-person shooters of the mid-2000s. I think this game is both genuinely terrifying, but also really awesome. Again, more action horror, so don't expect you to have to survive against All odds, you've got a ton of equipment and weaponry at your disposal to fight against all the enemy clones and monsters, but it's still an enjoyable experience nonetheless. The first expansion of this was also pretty good. Percy's I can't remember what it's called. I'm sorry. Extraction Point. That's right. And then Percy's Mandate was, but the base game of Fear, I think, is a genuinely really good game. Yes, it's mostly samey looking locations, but it's made up for with the enemy encounters that are, non-scripted enemy encounters, and I like that. So every time you're going up against enemies, it's going to be different every time, and I like that. So if you want more of a action horror experience, Fear is definitely up your alley. I honestly kind of low-key want to put this in peak, but I don't want to do that. I want to reserve this for like the survival horror games specifically, and also for games that are like really like the survival horror games specifically that are really deserving of that. So that's why I don't have Fear at like higher. That being said, though, the sequels, yeah, they dropped the ball. Fear 2, again, it's not a bad game. It's just not really what the original game was. And hell, I'd even argue that like these latter games, they barely even count as horror. Like you could make a good case that they really do deserve, like they could be, and does it count? Because they're not really horror games. They're more horror theme, like horror adjacent. That being said, though, this game, not good. Take it away, Fantano.
Not good.
I was not impressed with F3 or Fear 3. It was rough. So, and also really cringy at points. Really, really cringy. So, yeah. Oh boy. Well, we had to reach this at some point. We finally reached Five Nights at Freddy's FNAF. So, I'm going to be very, 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 very critical of FNAF. So if you guys don't want to hear it, get out. So, alright, so. Oh boy. Anyways, this is coming from someone who played most of these games on stream, so. Yeah. Alright, so. FNAF 1. I'm going to put this in B tier. And FNAF 2, also B tier. FNAF 3, C tier. And then FNAF 4, D tier. FNAF Sister Location, F tier. Pizza Sim, fucking trash. And I'll explain that in a little bit. Ultimate Custom Night, D tier. Help Wanted, the first one, A tier. And then I've not played Help Wanted. Oh wait, no. Okay, I've not played that yet. We'll talk about Security Breach later. So okay. So I've already played most of these games on stream. Go watch my streams that I. Oh wait, I don't have them available for you guys currently. I'll make them available later. But I did stream all of the all of the Click Team era FNAF games back in late 2022, going into 2023. And I will just say this: I feel like the only games that have held up from that era would be the first two FNAF games, and even then, I have very major asterisks with them. So, Five Nights at Freddy's 1, I think is, it blew up for a reason. FNAF 1 was definitely unique compared to other survival horror games. You were completely stationary compared to other horror games because you were able to move around in other horror games. You were stuck in the office for the entirety of FNAF 1. Also, this was the beginning of the idea of having mascot horror being in a franchise, which, for better and for worse, it did start that trend. So that is kind of a thing you could give credit with FNAF. Also, iconic, locales and character designs, and Easter eggs. That stuff's good. I'm just not the biggest fan of the gameplay itself, and I've mentioned this plenty of times before. Is that for me, I'm much more of a FNAF fan as far as its aesthetic design rather than the gameplay itself. As a matter of fact, that's my least favorite part of FNAF is the gameplay. I just find it to be kind of annoying and tedious at points. I'm the type of person who would rather be able to roam around a place, avoiding the monsters, or just the enemies, rather than being confined to one place to fend them off. It just feels repetitive and tedious for me. That being said, though, I think out of all the games that has done that concept, as far as the Click Team era is concerned, I do think that FNAF 1 is definitely the one that has aged the best in that regard. So, yeah. Now, FNAF 2. It does some things better than FNAF 1, but it also does some things worse. I think the things that it does better is, I think one of the things that it does better compared to the first game is its presentation. I think the presentation, generally speaking, is a lot better. Actually, I'm going to turn on the light. I was debating on whether or not I want to add the light on or off. But anyways, so yeah, the presentation I think is a lot better in this game. I do like how there's a lot more of a variety of enemies that go after you in this game. I do like how this game also makes it to where, even though it's not my style of gameplay, I at least do like the fact that you aren't so reliant on a door mechanic, and you have other you basically have other tools that you have to use to be able to dispatch enemies, or dispatch the animatronics, whatever. I like that. But I don't. But unfortunately, this game is ruined by the fact that you only need to look at the music box and occasionally flash the light in front, and then wear a mask whenever an animatronic comes into the office. It makes the cameras unfortunately pointless. So, and yeah, that kind of breaks the game. That being said, though, I still personally like FNAF 2 because I think I like the location of FNAF 2 more than FNAF 1's location. And again, just the general aesthetic and presentation is so damn good. So, B tier it is. FNAF 3, C tier. I find the fact that Springtrap's the only character that can kill you to be kind of a lame sort of gimmick that hasn't particularly aged all that well. Also, game presentation is pretty drab. It's not creepy, it's just very ugly looking. It's a very ugly looking game. Not to mention that this game is especially guilty with some character model glitching, specifically with Foxy and Springtrap himself, which can be super fucking frustrating trying to go through the game, and it's so goddamn annoying. Not to mention, this game was the first game to not feature a custom night, despite the fact that the first two FNAF games had custom nights, which was, a pretty good bonus. So, the fact that that was removed is pretty lame. So yeah, not a big fan of FNAF 3. And truth be told, I know this is heretical for a lot of people, but I also am not a big fan of FNAF 4. Um, I know a lot of people like the fact that the game relies on audio cues to be able to know when the animatronics come in, but unfortunately, there's people like me who are tone deaf, which makes it hard for me to know if there's going to be an enemy and like if there's going to be an animatronic at the door or not, which results in a lot more of a frustrating experience. So, yeah. Um, Also, uh, the nightmare animatronics, like I don't know, it just I feel like some of them are over designed. So again, watch our FNAF characters tier list to understand what I'm talking about. But they just seem over designed for them to be scary. So. And then, well, we got ourselves fucking Sister Location, which I've noticed in recent years a lot of people have been giving a lot of criticism to Sister Location, and that makes me happy because, well, this is just straight up not a good game. It is. Hell, it barely even counts as a horror game because you're not really doing a lot of, like, things in it. It's a very linear experience, especially when it compared to the first 4 games. Um, and it's just like it's more of a narrative game essentially, which that's fine, but well, it didn't do the thing that Dark Sea did, where it allowed you to be able to roam around. You have to play the game in a very specific way, otherwise, you're either gonna just get stuck or you're gonna die a lot, and that is just the most annoying thing ever. Not to mention, there's some nights that are just absolutely unforgivably annoying. Don't even get me started on the night where you're stuck inside of that animatronic and you have to escape. That shit was fucking annoying as shit. If you guys remember me trying to play through that, it was awful. So I like some of the animatronic designs. I really like Funtime Freddy and Funtime Foxy, but this game was just ass. So, and well, we and then the next game, unfortunately, I was not a big fan of. Like we have to have this conversation again. I don't care what people say because unfortunately this is, I know, easily one of the most unpopular takes in the FNAF community, but I am dead serious when I tell you that and I'm gonna look dead straight in the camera to fucking tell you, because I'm gonna tell you with a straight face. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Simulator is one of the most joyless and most absolutely tedious games I have ever played in my fucking life, and it absolutely made me want to fucking commit Sudoku in Minecraft. I genuinely think it's one of the absolute worst games I have ever played in my life. I fucking hated that game with a goddamn passion. I don't know why people give it so much praise. It is just straight up a dog shit game. It is bad. It is a bad horror game. It is a bad simulation, like business management game. It has very tasteless mini games. Like come on, man. I'm sorry, but like I fucking cringed at like the maze mini game where it was like where you were playing with like a dog and you saw like a severed head of a dog. It's like, what the fuck, man? Like, that's just tasteless shit. Not to mention, the nighttime parts where you have to fend off all the animatronics. That is such a fucking confusing mechanic. I don't get what the fuck you're supposed to do in that. So, yeah, and well, Let's also not mention the fact that, again, it is another game that I feel like you have to play in a very specific way. And also, all the animatronics, for the most part, look fucking terrible. So, yeah, no, fuck this game. I absolutely hate this game. So, one of the best games in the series? Fuck no. So, and by the way, I'm just gonna say this right now. That's how I know people have not played any of these games, because a lot of these types of mascot horror games, they tend to have a lot of people say that they like. A lot of the people who say that they like a game that's like a mascot horror game, they've never actually played the games themselves. Like, obviously you can like a game, like whatever, but don't defend it unless you actually play it yourself. That's my point. Because I actually streamed this game and it was an absolute miserable experience. This and Sister Location. So, I don't know what else to say other than this game's ass. So don't. It was so bad, people. It was so bad. Alright. Ultimate Custom Night. I put it in D tier because it was basically just kind of a rush together project that Scott did. I mean, that's pretty evident with the fact that the jump scares are all really bad in this game. There's maybe like a couple that are okay, but like you can tell this was just a rushed product, and it doesn't help that, well, a lot of the game is basically almost borderline unplayable if you play with every single animatronic like turned all the way in, like, you know, all the way up to 20. It's not really a good experience. It's more so the game is a lot more enjoyable if you play like however you want. It's not like, yeah, it's a challenge mode game, but it's not really a good challenge mode game. So, yeah. Anyways, Help Wanted, I think, is actually the best FNAF game, period. So, yeah, I know. It took me a long time to actually play this game, even though I didn't stream it to you guys. But Help Wanted, I do generally think is a fantastic game. It's more of a compilation game of at least the first 3 FNAF games, with a little bit of stuff from FNAF 4 and Sister Location thrown in there. But I do think that as far as providing a pretty terrifying experience, as well as having a lot of stuff for you to be able to do, Steel will absolutely knocked it out of the park with this first Help Wanted game, for damn sure. And it, you know, proved, at least to a lot of people, that, yeah, no, FNAF could easily translate over to 3D. So yeah, no, if I'm gonna be honest, Help Wanted, I would definitely say, is probably the best game in the entire series, at least in my opinion. So, and like, as an objective thing, by the way, keep that in mind. So, but Sly, you forgot about Security Breach. You forgot about Security Breach. That's a game, right? 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 Okay. This is another conversation we have to have again. So, Security Breach. So, I'm just gonna say this right now. So, I'm one of those people, like, I'll just fully admit this about Security Breach, is that as a horror game, it is not a good horror game, like, at all. As a matter of fact, if we're going to be objective here, it's probably down an F tier as far as horror. It's just not really that scary. At the same time, though, it's not... I think I had to repeat myself when I talk about Dead Space 3 and Callisto Protocol with Security Breach, because I did play through most of this game along with its Ruin expansion. Which, by the way, I'm just gonna say this right now: Ruin was fantastic. Like, it made me like cry at the very end. That never happens. So, like, obviously, this game means a lot to me in that regard, and also because of a certain somebody. But here's the thing: this game is like, I've noticed that like this is another one of those games that is treated as if it's one of the absolute worst games of all time. And yes, I'm just going to be straight up. Similar to the Callisto Protocol, this game unfortunately had a terrible launch. Like, I say this all the time: get your fucking launches right. This is no exception to that rule for me. So, and because of that, this will never be one of my, like, this will never be a game that will be up like here. Like, ever. That being said, though, I do think people overblow this game's, you know, the bad stuff in this game, because there are some sections in this game that actually work as a stealth game. Because this game actually has some decent stealth mechanics in here that are thrown around. I mean, yeah, a lot of it is pretty much taken from Alien Isolation, because, well, let's be real here. This is basically just baby's Alien Isolation. Like, that's essentially what the game is. But that's not a bad thing. And I'm just going to be straight up right now. This game has easily the best presentation and art direction and graphical design of the entire, like, FNAF franchise. Like, I will die on this hill saying that this is honestly one of the most beautiful games I've ever seen. Like, max settings on PC, oh my god, this game is fucking beautiful. And again, because it's slightly stylized, it actually helps in this game's favor with its general sort of theme, which normally I wouldn't really like the sort of 80s motif, because you guys know me, I fucking hate the 80s. I think it's like an overrated piece of shit decade that people are only nostalgic for because, you know, they're old ass people who are stuck in their racist and homophobic mentality, but that's a whole other conversation. But I get why it gets a lot of shit, because again, it launched terribly. It still has a pretty, you know, it's still lacking in any sort of cohesive narration. The thing that they tried doing with fucking William Afton in this game was fucking stupid, and I'm very glad that they retconned that, because if they didn't retcon that, oh my god. Well, truth be told, it's not a horror game. Like, I'm just gonna be straight up honest about this. Like, this is probably the least removed from horror that, like, is even on this list. And so because of that, I'm gonna put it in doesn't count. I'm doing it because I don't want to put in an F. Like, I genuinely do not want to put it in like D or F. Otherwise, I will just cry. Because like, yes, as a horror game, it's down there. Like, it's like negative horror. But at the same time, it's not a horror game. It's a stealth. Yeah, it's a stealth game. Like, it has more in common with fucking, like, to put this in perspective, Security Breach has more in common with fucking Thief than it does the other, like, games in its entire series. So, like, that's kind of the dilemma here. So I'm just gonna save the trouble and just say that it's not a horror game, and thus I'm not gonna count it for this list. So I know that might seem like a cop-out answer, but I'm just don't want to put it in F. So I hope you guys at least understand that. So, and besides, the game, like, and also, again, I'm someone who defends the game more than most, so I'm willing to at least acknowledge that, and I'm willing to at least acknowledge any criticism. So it just means a lot to me personally. But anyways, let's continue on because I getting too emotional right now. Let's calm down our emotions. So let's talk about the forest. Which, Ham Soup, if you're still watching this, I apologize that it took me this long to finally talk about the forest. But here you go. So the original forest, I'm gonna put this in C tier. But Sons of the Forest, I'm going to put this in a B tier. I didn't get to play too much of either of these games, but from what I played, Forest, it's okay. I can definitely tell this is definitely more of a cooperative survival horror game for sure. Or survival game just in general. So, I'd probably need to get a friend or two of mine to play with me. However, Sons of the Forest is, I can, like, from what I played, like, the limited time I played, I did really like how I even nominated it on a few of the things for the Caspian Game Awards, and I do think that what it does right is pretty good. So I really hope that there's some more updates that they do for this game, or even make a third game. So, because I think what they've got is a pretty good base that they should definitely add on to. So, all right. Ooh, Fran Bow. This is another point and click game, except it's not from the 90s. It's actually from 2015. Yeah, 10 years ago. I'm gonna put this in a B tier. This is a much more on the psychological horror side of things, so there's actually not really a lot of like enemy encounters. But it's more of a tradition. It's more in line with Darkseid, in that it's a point and click adventure, like side scrolling style of game, and similar to Cry of Fear, it deals a lot with mental health, and I think that's honestly kind of, interesting in a lot of ways. So, and it also helps with like the cool macabre imagery of the game. Like this game has such fucked up imagery, but also some cool, like, whimsical imagery here and there to kind of tone down that stuff, which I think is pretty nice. So it knows its boundaries essentially, and I like that. So, all right, Galarians. So I've not played its sequel, but I did play the original. I'll give it a C tier. Again, it's kind of another Resident Evil clone, but this time set on like a space station. So if that's, I mean, that's essentially what it is. This is Resident Evil 1 but in space, or Resident Evil 2 but in space. That's about it. So it's not bad, but it's what it is. All right, Gloomwood, a game that's currently in early access. We already talked about some early access games. Does this count though? Again, this has more in line to do with Thief than like being a strictly horror game. I've just seen a lot of people call it a horror game, so I'm just gonna put it in it doesn't count, because I don't think it counts. That's just me though. Oh god. Okay. So I don't even think I need to say this. Trash, trash, trash. We're moving on. I am not even gonna waste my breath. Fuck Granny. Alright. Next up, GTFO. I'm gonna put this in B tier. Similar to the Forest, this is definitely more. You can definitely tell that this is definitely more of a cooperative game in mind. Trust me, if you try to play this game solo, you're gonna have a bad time. Like, you need to have like a coordinated squad in order for you to be able to play this game properly. But as far as co-op shooters are concerned, this one is definitely amongst one of the cooler ones, and a really fucked up one as well. Um, so, and I don't know, it's so cool. It's very creepy though. Um, I just wish I was able to play this one more. It's just, unfortunately, I don't know anyone else who has GTFO. But it's good. Go check it out. Cool, sort of underground co-op shooter. All right, Haunting Ground. So this was another Capcom survival horror game. I guess this was kind of what, um, after Clock Tower, this was kind of the next game they tried doing. I'll put it in B tier. It's okay. Definitely a much better improvement, like if you want to call it that, to some of their latter Clock Tower projects, but this is still, it still has its problems, has some pacing issues. Also is unnecessarily fucking expensive to try to find on like secondhand. But I don't know. It's a mid 2000 survival horror game that, you know, is a lot more defensive than offensive. So that's like, you don't even really have any weapons in the game. So you got a dog, you got like a ghost dog with you. Like that's about it. I don't know. It's cool, but it could have done better. Oh my god, why? Fuck Hello Neighbor. That said, do these even count? I mean, I people call them like, I mean, it's a mascot horror, but it's not really. Like it's a horror game, but like it's not. Like I don't know. Like this is a game that I've always was confused about. And here's the thing as well. I remember whenever this game was in early access back in 2015, because I remember seeing YouTubers playing it for the first time. And over the years, you can definitely tell that the scope creep really did get with this series. And it just doesn't really work. I mean, it doesn't help that like this is just an art style that looks really fucking ugly. Um Fucking Squirrel Boy ass art that we've talked about before. But like you know, do these even count as horror games? I mean, they're stealth games, but they're kind of shit stealth. It's not like Security Breach, where at least the stealth is actually, there's some pretty cool thought out stealth sections, and you know, you use the cameras from like the older, like use the cameras to be able to help you like determine whether or not you can actually get past. Like there's at least a bit of strategy with that. There's no strategy with Hello Neighbor, like at all, and that is a problem. So I don't know. These games are just trash. Whatever. Okay, let's move on to something a bit different. House of the Dead, the zombie games where it's a rail shooter. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I just don't really care all that much about any of these. So, again, zombie games are just not really my thing. That said, I'll put the first House of the Dead and House of the Dead 2, I'll put them in C tier. And I guess I'll put House of the Dead 3 in B tier. And then I have not played these other games. So, though I heard awful things about these last few games here. So The reason why I put this one above these two is mostly because like it's mostly a visual thing. This one just I think looks the nicest out of all the games that are in the series. So I mean these are like older games, so I'm not gonna give them too much shit for that, but I don't know, they all pretty much play the same. They're just rail shooters at the end of the day, so there's not really much that a lot of those games can differentiate from each other from. Alright, okay. Thankfully, we've reached another peak game. Or close to peak. Hunt Showdown. I'm putting this shit in S. Again, normally I wouldn't like these types of games, but this is one of those games that has like a really good sort of like twist, and I like the twist. Essentially, the fact that you're set in the 1870s, so you're using a lot of old ass weapons from like the late 19th century, and you've got like you've got like magic powers, and your bounty is essentially just trying to take out these just monsters. Like it's so like yeah, it's a bit of a gimmick, but it's a gimmick that works. And I think that Hunt Showdown is definitely one of the best examples of an extraction shooter. Just period. And it's easily my personal favorite. So yeah, no, go check out Hunt motherfucking Showdown, people. It's so good. It's so good. I just wish, again, I have friends who also had it. Alright, anyways. I have no mouth and I must scream. Put it in C tier. Again, it's another 90s sort of adventure horror game. I'm Scared. I've not played I'm Scared, though I do know of it, so yeah. Indigo Park. Another newer game. Again, another mascot horror game. Though this might actually surprise you guys. I kind of like it. No, okay, I will say this. I don't like how it's another episodic game. That is unfortunately a red flag for me. And keep in mind that the full game isn't even out yet. That said, I'm gonna give this one a B tier. Like, I mean, here's the thing about Indigo Park is that, I mean, yeah, like, it's another mascot horror game, and most mascot horror games I don't really care for. But I mean, Rambly the raccoon I think is actually kind of an adorable side character that is pretty much your who's like your companion throughout at least that first chapter. I think he's actually he works out pretty well. And even just the other not animatronics, actually, they are actually living monsters, which is insane. Yeah, like the monsters that kind of follow you around. I think that's pretty I mean that caught like me again. It's only like the first chapter that's out right now, so like I'm not really spoiling too much, but like that did catch me off guard because, well, a lot of these other anime like other you know mascot horror, they tend to be like, like, oh, they're like, oh, they're just animatronics, or like, oh, they're just like ink blobs. No, those are living creatures that you're fighting, like that you're running away from, and that was terrifying. So and I think I appreciate Indigo Park mostly because it's essentially what Security Breach should have been. Let's be real here. Well, minus the episodic part. That's something I don't like. And that's why I'm not putting it higher. So, but yeah, no, if I were to choose a mascot horror game that doesn't have, I'd choose this. So, At least it doesn't take itself super seriously. So, and at least it has a cool looking mascot, which, no, I'm not even going to make that comparison. They're not the same character. Alright, what the hell are you up here? They're supposed to be down here. Okay. Inscription. Again, I don't know if this counts. I've seen people call it a horror game, but I don't know if it counts. It's a good roguelike. I usually don't like roguelikes, and I usually don't like card games either. This is like the one game that does both the thing, two types of games I don't like, and actually does it pretty well. Which is interesting, but I don't know if I count it as a horror game. It's definitely a dingy looking game. Is it a horror game though? I don't know. So, alright. Iron Lung. I've not played this, but it does look creepy though. Like it looks really fucking creepy. Colat. I'll put this in a C tier. This was kind of this game came out like fucking 10 years ago. God, it's set in like the Siberian mountains, where you had to fight off against like basically kind of like a Yeti type of creature. It's okay. It has the same problem as Amnesia Machine for Pigs, where it's a lot shorter than it should have been. So, yeah. Okay, Killing Floor. We've got ourselves some other peak games here. So I'm going to put Killing Floor 1 in A tier. And I'm going to put Killing Floor 2 in S tier. So, actually, I don't know if I put it. Actually, no, I don't. We'll put this in B tier and we'll put this in A tier. Because this game has problems, but whatever. So again, more action horror. You would be mistaken to call these zombie games. They're actually not. They are actually you're actually fighting against a bunch of mutated clones. Though they do kind of act like zombies, so I think people will just assumingly call them zombies regardless. But they're both really good games. I highly recommend you guys check both of them out. This first game, of course, was a mod for Unreal Tournament 2004 before it became a standalone thing. And even though that, like, yeah, you can definitely feel it's a bit clunky in points, and the fact that there's only one boss is a bit disappointing. There's a lot of content that is in just this game alone, and just the amount of enemies and weapons, it's actually pretty impressive. And then we got the sequel, and it's basically an improvement in almost every single department, except for the microtransactions, and also the original CEO who ran this company, which that was fucking cringe. Thankfully they're out now, but this is definitely a good alternative to Call of Duty Zombies if you ever get sick and tired of playing through that, but you still want that sort of cooperative horror shooter itch. Killing Floor 2 definitely offers that with spades, and I highly recommend you guys check it out. Kuwan, I have not played, though I've not seen good things about it, unfortunately. So, oh no. We have to have the conversation again about Last of Us. We have to have this conversation again. Again, longtime viewers know how much I fucking despise Last of Us now. Like, I genuinely hate this series. And what it represents. I don't want to get into too much, but all I'm going to say is this was basically the series. Well, this was one of the series that... Okay, no. This has become Sony's critical darling child. Like, basically, it's become Sony's favorite child in recent years, as far as their IPs are concerned. And they've been milking this fucking franchise way too goddamn much in the past 5 years, and it's really pissing me off, especially considering that they could be doing other things with other IPs that they own, or even just make new IPs that they just refuse to do. Not to mention, this is another zombie game, so you already know that I'm not going to be a big fan. That said, I know, like, I am extremely biased with this, and I know this is not a popular take, but I don't give a fuck. I fucking hate Last of Us. Like, as a matter of fact, I'm going to be honest, it's kind of representative of everything I don't like about zombie media. So, I don't give a shit. I'm putting both of these games in F. And I'm putting this unnecessary remake in fucking trash. Why? You already remastered the original game, and people already think that was already like a game that held up in its own right. Why the fuck do you think it was necessary to remake that entire game from the ground up? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. I don't get that. Like, the game wasn't even 10 years old whenever they remade it. So, whatever. I'm just happy that Naughty Dog is finally moving away from fucking Last of Us, or at least, for the time being. They're definitely going to be making a Last of Us Part 3, which, you know, there's going to be a huge fucking tirade about that. And it's just going to be annoying. That being said, though, I do want to preface this right now. I do not despise Last of Us because of what grifters online hate about Last of Us, where they're going to call the game, you know, like, like, feminist propaganda, or, you know, woke, or SJW. I'm not any of that type of shit. If you believe in that, you're a fucking idiot. Like, I'm just gonna be straight up. So, I don't hate Last of Us because of, like, female empowerment. I hate Last of Us because I hate zombie media. And I fucking cannot stand how pretentious the writing can get. So, that's how you can tell the difference between someone who's a grifter and someone who actually, you know, genuinely doesn't like something. So, but I digress. Anyways, God, Layers of Fear. All right, Bloober Team is back at it again with some mediocre horror games. Although, to be fair, Layers of Fear, or at least these first two games, I mean, I'll give them a C tier. They're at least trying. I mean, I don't know, Layers of Fear, they're not bad games. They're just not really that immersive. They have some cool moments here and there, like the music player scene in the first game. Like, that was genuinely really creepy. But, well, again, these games are less survival horror and just more so walking simulators. And that's kind of the crux of the problem, is that there's no tension in the game, or either of these games. So, they really, really want to beat PT so bad. But I digress. Now that being said, Layers of Fear, I've not played, but again, similar to Last of Us Part 1, I don't like how they remade the first game in less than 10 years. Because this game came out in 2016, the remake came out in 2023. Why are you remaking games that aren't even 10 years old? I don't get that. That's really annoying to me. But I don't know. Alright. Left 4 Dead. So, I'm actually going to put both of these in the same tier. I'm going to put them in B tier. I like both Left 4 Deads. I'm just still burnt out on playing through them because, again, they're fun. They have, like, a decent amount of level geometry and design that they're both fun to go through. Though I will say this about Left 4 Dead 2's versions of Left 4 Dead 1 maps. I do prefer Left 4 Dead 1 with those maps in particular, as opposed to them being ported into Left 4 Dead 2. It's mostly due to like small it's basically has to do with the fact that they shoehorned a lot of Left 4 Dead 2 mechanics into Left 4 Dead 1 maps that I don't think were necessary. So I don't know. You can really just, they both have their pros and they have their cons, but at the end of the day, I do think that they're both decent, co-op horror shooters. They definitely walked so that other co-op shooters could run. I will give them that. So I guess I'm just personally am kind of burnt out on them because I played them for such a long time with my friends that I just don't really want to have to continuously play those games all the time. And second of all, they have no progression in them. I think I've realized that I am someone who likes being able to have a progression system in their games, and the fact that they don't have it is just kind of makes the replayability for me very null now. But that's just me. That being said, though, we have to talk about like the spiritual successor, Back 4 Blood. I think in hindsight, perhaps we treated this game too harshly. Because the thing with Back 4 Blood is that, again, this was supposed to be like the spiritual successor to Left 4 Dead. I mean, made by Turtle Rock, who they made the first game. But the thing is that there were a lot of issues that were in, like, with this game. I mean, there was a lot of the balancing issues that kept happening. The fact that you were soft locked into certain difficulties at one point, which was really frustrating. Also, just a general sense of lack of true innovation compared to what was offered with Left 4 Dead. That's kind of why a lot of people gave this game a lot of shit. In hindsight, it's not that bad, but I am still going to put it in a C tier. So, because, well, I don't know, it's just not really the most engaging co-op shooter that could have been made. So, yeah. All right. Limbo. Oh, Limbo. I'm gonna put this in. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna put this in A tier. I did not give this game enough credit whenever I played through this 4 years ago for Half Halloween Extravaganza for 2021. Cause I guess I was just rushing through it too much. Cause this is an art game. So it's more or less, I don't know, it's kind of like Journey in that you're not supposed to really rush through it. You're supposed to take your time in it. And I think I was just kind of in the mindset of just trying to rush through the game. So yeah, because of that, I think I may have just been a bit too harsh with this game because I gave it a 6. I think in hindsight, I'd probably give it a 7 or 8. So yeah, I think Limbo is actually pretty cool. So if you like more surreal type of stuff, you'll like Limbo. Okay, Little Nightmares. I've only played the first game. I will say, from what I played, I did like. I'll put it in a B tier. It's very similar gameplay to Limbo, funny enough. Just kind of, at least a little bit more color. So, but similar concept. I've not played Little Nightmares 2. I actually did upload a picture for Little Nightmares 3 on here, but that game's not out yet, so yeah. Alright, yeah, we're starting to reach a bunch of games I've not played. So yeah, Lone Survivor I've not played. I've not played Lost in Vivo either. Madison I've not played, though it does look like it's another spiritual successor to fucking god damn it, Fail Frame. So that's pretty cool. So alright. The medium though. D tier. Again, it's another Bloober Team game that unfortunately is just not very great. So like I'd say this one's probably better than the Blair Witch game, but not by much. So keep that in mind. Dang, I have not added too many horror games, but whatever. Alright, okay. Metro. Again, I asked the question, do these games even count? Because I personally don't count them, but I've seen people call at least Metro 2033 a survival horror game. I can see where they're coming from, but like, I don't know if I'd strictly call it a horror game. Because it's not. Is it a horror game? I don't know. I mean, I don't even know if I'd call Metro Exodus a horror game at all. But like these first two games, people throw around calling those horror. So I don't know. That one's kind of a tough one. So yeah. Okay, Monster. Okay, admittedly, we're starting to get into a lot of games I've not played. So yeah, Monstrum, Monstrum 2, Mortuary Assistant. What's that called? Murder House. Yeah, I've not played any of those, so I can't comment on those. My Friendly Neighborhood. I'm putting this shit in D tier. It's another mascot horror game series that, or not series. It's another mascot horror game that, it's like a first-person shooter survival horror hybrid game that, you know, is just another example of a game that just, you know, it's just using the nostalgia for horror. In this case, it's more of a Sesame Street thing, and I just don't care. It looks dumb. It just doesn't appeal to me. So that being said, it is definitely probably a better game than Necrovision. Oh god. Okay, so there's a lot of games from like the mid to late 2000s that a lot of people just kind of forgot about. Like a lot of first person shooters that came out from that era that just time just completely forgot about. And this is one of those games. This was one of those games that was really trying to this is one of those games that was trying to like ride on the coattails of the 2009 Wolfenstein game, because yes, this game came out in 2009, but instead of taking place in World War II, it takes place in World War One. Yeah, remember when we were talking about, you know, this wasn't the only time we were talking about like a horror World War One game? Well, guess what? This is that game. And this game is not good. It was bad. It's F. It was confusing to move around. The shooting was pretty terrible. Like the way in which the level design was so fucking confusing to try to figure out. There's a section where if you get to like if you don't try to find enough dynamite, you just like in a certain amount of time you just instantly die. Like what the fuck is that about? So I don't even know who made this game. Who the fuck made Necrovision? The Farm 51. They would eventually make Chernobylite and World War III. Wait, what? What?
What?
What? Okay. I mean, Chernobylite was fine. I mean, I don't know if I call it a horror game, but like, Chernobylite's fine. World War III had potential. Okay. Dang. Well, I mean, they at least got better. I will give them that. But, man. This game was not good. So, that's all I gotta say. It's kind of a crappy alternate history horror game that has confusing level design. So, yay. Alright, Nightmare Creatures. Okay, this first Nightmare Creatures, I'm gonna put this in A tier. But the sequel, I'm gonna put this in D tier. Nightmare Creatures, it's classified as a survival horror game on Wikipedia, although keep in mind, like, Wikipedia is unfortunately known for having like false genres for both music and video games, so do keep that with a grain of salt. But it is classified as a survival horror game. It honestly does kind of feel like, in a weird way, like it feels like a 1990s version of Bloodborne, but like if it was actually like a horror game. And I think it's actually a pretty cool game. I think that this original game holds up in a lot of respects, especially when you consider that a lot of other action adventure games on the PS1 tend to control kind of weird. I think Nightmare Creatures has really, like, for a PS1 game, has a really good control scheme, so I think it's pretty cool. Unfortunately, the sequel did not live up to the hype, as Nightmare Creatures 2, unfortunately, wasn't very good. It had a lot of technical problems. I mean, knowing the history of how this game was developed, unfortunately, it does make a lot of sense. This game, like Nightmare Creatures 2, unfortunately had a very troubled development, and it's evident throughout the entire game. Like, inferior controls, inferior level design, it was just an absolute mess. Changing publishers multiple times as well. So that should pretty much tell you everything. So it's not like an awful game. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna be honest, it's probably like definitely like a higher D, but it's still not a great game. So yeah. Alright, well, unfortunately, that's not the only disappointment that I had to have endured. So, well, we've got No More Room in Hell. Need I say more? Need I say more? Need I say more? Need I say more? This game was garbage. I fucking despise, like, I fucking hated this game. And I even tried replaying it earlier this year to just see if I, like, you know, grew out of it. No. It's still ass. It's still garbage. Contagion is a much better cooperative zombie survival game than No More Room in Hell is. I fucking hate this game. Like, the infection mechanic is way too inconsistent in this game, resulting in way more deaths than necessary. And the fact that you, like, once you get infected, you can never fully recover from that is fucking bullshit. Also, the melee combat, absolutely terrible. Like, it's not really, like, and again, this is a Source Engine game too. That's what's disappointing me the most, because I fucking love the Source Engine. It's one of my favorite engines ever. And it was made to make this piece of shit game. Like, I don't, like, why is this game popular? I don't get why people, like, why there's, like, this sort of, like, cult of fans of this game. I don't get that. I don't know why that's there. Because this game is absolutely one of the worst games I've ever played in my life. It's terrible. It's it's garbage. It's, oh my god. It's awful. It's genuinely awful. And, well, I can't really comment on its sequel, nor do I want to comment on its sequel. It at least looks like it's better, but man, first impressions are a big deal, because I don't want to fucking play this game, because I already fucking despise the first. Why the hell would I touch its sequel? Alright. Goddamn. Okay. We'll go up to Outlast, and then I'll take another break, because my throat is starting to get sore again. Although, thankfully, it looks like we're over halfway done again. Okay, good. Alright, so Nocturne. I'll give this a... Okay, we'll see. Okay. Because this was on PC and there weren't a lot of Resident Evil clones on PC, and also because this had, like, this is a werewolf game kind of, I'm gonna be kind and put this in a B tier. It's not a great game, but I do respect it. So, bit of an underground gem from the late 90s. So that's, yeah. Obscure. Guess I'll put the first game in B tier and then the second game in C tier. Again, they're other Resident Evil style of survival horror. For some reason, these games, they're on Steam, but despite that, the PS2 versions of both of these are, like, astronomically expensive for, like, no reason. It's like, why would you ever play the PS2 versions if you can just get the games on PC for relatively cheap? As a matter of fact, they are on sale as of this recording. So, god, whatever. That said, I think these are just only okay. Again, they're Resident Evil clones, so it's, you know what you're getting into if you have an idea of what that's all about. All right, Observer. Okay, this is another Bloober game, though this might surprise you guys. I'm gonna put this one in a B tier as well. I think this is Bloober's one of their better games for sure. Definitely has a bit of a System Shock influence to it. Excuse me, which I think is pretty cool. It's still more horror, like survival horror, than it is, and like psychological horror, than it is like an action horror. But I still think it's fine. So yeah, no, I'm not gonna really complain about this game. I think this game is an okay sort of sci-fi horror game. So that's interesting. Yeah. And then of course we got ourselves all the Outlast games. Um, I think okay, Outlast 1, I'm gonna put this in A tier. Outlast 2, this might surprise you guys. I'm gonna put it in a B tier. And same thing with Outlast Trials. Um, yes, I know a lot of people complain about Outlast being a um kind of another sort of corridor horror game um with some predictable scares. But it's not the predictable, like this is one of those cases where it's not the predictable scares that I think is, what makes these games stand out, or at least this first game. um what makes Outlast stand out to me um is just the dingy and grimy atmosphere that um this series just sort of invokes, as well as the whole camera mechanic for you to be able to figure out where the hell you're supposed to go, and like the management of being able to use the camera wherever. I think that's kind of what makes this game stand out. And also, yeah, this is still technically like a smaller studio, so it wasn't like a AAA game, but this was like the first like first person survival horror game that looked this damn good. Because most of the other ones that were that were first person survival horror games that were around, they didn't really have the amount of polish that this game had. So I think that's why I do think that Outlast is is worthy of some recognition. So, and well, I'm just gonna say this right now. Outlast 2, it's not that bad. The ending is fucking stupid with this game. Like, that's what ultimately killed Outlast 2 for a lot of people, I think. Oh, and also the fact that you run a lot in the game. Though I didn't think it was that much of a problem. It wasn't like some of these other games we talked about where it's like a lot of these games it was confusing for me to know where the hell I was supposed to go. I didn't have that problem with Outlast 2. Um, Although I will say, um, about Outlast 2 is this game has a really unsettling location, because the first game is set in like an insane asylum, and the second game is set out in the middle of like the fields in some random canyon in some cult town. And yeah, no, this was some creepy shit, but also really damn good. Like, as far as like environmental storytelling, especially the fucking school sections. Ugh, it's so creepy. So yeah, no, Outlast 2, I think it's fine. But Outlast Trials, kind of a cooperative sort of survival horror game. Um, but you can also play it in single player. Yeah, this is like I mentioned this in the Caspian Game Awards. I think this game has some pretty cool puzzles you can do, and I think this is definitely one of the better examples of one of these types of horror co-op games on the market. So I don't know. To me, at least, I think this is definitely a game that is worth checking out if you like Outlast and would like to be able to see if you can play it cooperatively or cooperatively. I think it would be interesting. So, all right. Well, but yeah, I think I'm gonna take another break. So I'll be right back. Hope you guys will be all right. So. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I got myself a bit of a breather. Again, it's just there's so many things on this tier list because this is easily one of the largest tier lists we'll be doing. But yeah, anyways. So where were we? Oh, yes. Okay. So I think we'll be able to get these done relatively soon. Because keep in mind, we're definitely getting into even more like haven't played territory. Because, well, for example, Pacify I have not played. Actually, you know what? I think I'm just gonna get rid of like the games that I've not played. Excuse me. Out of the way. So that I'm not like, wasting anyone's like time. So Pacify, the park, although I have heard terrible things about that one. Pathologic 2, the Quarry. What else? Rise of Nightmares, although that game looks fucking awful. What was that one again? Rule of Roses. Or Rule of Rose. That has a really beautiful, box cover, but I've not played it. Sanatorium, I've not played. SCP-087-B, I've not played. But I have played the first. And then Siren 2, I've not played either. Because this is only a European, it was only released in European, or Europe and Japan. It never got, a release overseas, and that's so annoying. But yeah, I've not played Siren 2. Splitter House, I've not played. And then, yeah, Stay Out of the House, not played. And World War Z I've not played, and then Yuki Ono, or whatever this game's called, I don't remember. I've not played that either. Okay. So yeah, keep all that in mind. But anyways. Oh, and also the third birthday. Which is a really dumb name. But anyways. So, let's get back on track. So, Parasite Eve. And yes, this is where the fucking Bring Me the Horizon song came from. The Parasite Eve. I don't know fucking lyrics. Whatever. Parasite Eve. I'm gonna give the first game a B tier, and the second game a C tier. These are really weird games because they're RPG survival horror hybrid games. Basically, they're like Resident Evil, but like if they had stat sheets. That's essentially what Parasite Eve was in late 90s. I'm pretty sure this was Square Enix's attempt at their as a Resident Evil clone. Although these definitely stand out compared to most of those other types of games. Yes, it was a Square thing. Oh yeah, also around the time when Square and EA had that weird phase where they were trying to merge, but that ended up not working. Yes, that was a thing. Square and EA almost merged back in the late 90s. Whatever god-awful timeline that would have ended up with, I'm glad that didn't happen. But anyways. But yeah, no, Parasite Eve and its sequel, they're okay. So... Though the fucking intro to Parasite Eve is fucking ghetto as hell, but it is what it is. Alright, Pathologic. Does this count? Again, it's more of a survival, post-apocalyptic game than a survival horror game, but I've seen people call it a horror game, so I don't know. So yeah, I'm just gonna put that in, does it count? Alright, Penumbra. Penumbra Oberture and Black Plague are representative. Requiem is actually an expansion to Black Plague, so keep that in mind. But I mean, Penumbra Overture, I mean, I gave it a 6 out of 10, I believe, so I'll give it a B. Same thing with the Black Plague. I'll just put both of these in like a B tier. These basically walked so that Amnesia could run, because it's made by the same company. These were their first games. And I just think that they're fine. Fine little horror games. With some confusing melee mechanics. And then they're not like the prettiest looking games. Like, they honestly look like they would have been made like 4 or 5 years prior to when they actually released, but they're okay. Alright, Phasmophobia. Yeah, this is an A tier, I'd say. Another co-op survival horror game. But I think this is definitely the best out of like that style. Like, this game can be so much fun with friends. Like, it's so creepy as well. Like, I really want to start playing this game with Sai at some point. Yeah, friend. Yeah, Sai Mori, friend of the channel. I really, really want to do that because, like, that'd be so much fun. But I digress. So, but yeah, no, Phasmophobia I think is pretty cool. Unfortunately, we've reached garbage territory again. I'm not even gonna waste my breath. Poppy Playtime and Project Playtime, those are going in trash. I don't care. Fuck the creators, and fuck the fact that this was an episodic game, and also fuck this studio for trying to extort their own fan base. We've talked about this on our old ass podcast series. So if you want to check that out, check out one of those episodes. I don't remember exactly which one specifically, but it's on there. So yeah. And it sucks because they have a decent animation team for you know, Zam animations, and that makes me sad that a lot of those animators are not given enough credit because they're shackled to basically what is essentially a husk, and that makes me sad. So, which, speaking of things that make me sad, Project Zomboid. Goldie was upset with me with this, but I don't care. I really did not like Project Zomboid. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna put in an F. I'm sorry. I'm not against, like, these types of games. Like, well, okay. First of all, it's a zombie game. A zombie survival game. So, that's already bad news there. But also, I am not a fan of the weird mechanics that they have in this game, like, at all. Like the fact that, again, this has a similar problem with No More Room in Hell, where you can't really customize a lot of the mechanics in the game, and so because of that, there's some customization for your character, but not for the world itself, which makes no fucking sense. Because this is supposed to be a sandbox game, right? Why is a sandbox survival horror game not customizable? That doesn't make any sense. And also, just, I'm not really a big fan of... It's the movement that's so, like, confusing. Like, it's tank controls, but not really. I don't know, I really hated the way that this game played. So, yeah, no, I'm sorry, but this is not a good game. So, let's talk about the GOAT series. Actually, you know what? Okay, we're gonna save Resident Evil for later. Yeah, we're gonna save Resident Evil and Silent Hill. let's just do the rest of the survival horror franchises because I want to end on a positive note. So, and I feel like these are like, you know, like the big duo of, you know, the survival horror genre. So yeah. All right. So Scorn. I'm gonna put this game in a C tier. It has pretty dull puzzles, and the general like gameplay itself can be pretty boring, but it's really held up by its art direction. I'm pretty sure if it's not by H.R. Geiger, I know it's definitely inspired by H.R. Geiger's work. So, yes, okay, it's inspired by H.R. Geiger. So, um, oh, well, yeah, he passed away like 10 years ago, or 11 years ago almost, so. But yeah, like, it's definitely inspired by, his works. And I think that makes up for it, so yeah. All right. Okay, SCP games. So I've played I haven't played too many SCP games, but I wanted to make sure I had a decent amount to represent the list, so I brought all these games here. So let's start off with SCP-087. Um, put this one in C tier, and then SCP Containment Breach, I'm gonna put this in B tier. Secret Lab, I am putting this in F tier, and then Nine-Tail Fox, I'll put this in B tier, and then Secret File. I'll put this also in a B tier. Okay, so 087. The reason why I'm not putting that high is because this is another game that's basically just more of a walking simulator than it is a horror game. That being said, it is definitely a very unnerving game to try to walk down, especially with that fucking creepy ass face. Like, ugh. It's so creepy. It's so creepy. I don't like it. I don't like it, but whatever. Yeah, is what it is. Alright, but then we got ourselves SCP Containment Breach, which we've talked about before. I played it before. It's cool, has a lot of deep mechanics. It's a really fucking hard game though. And that's kind of why I'm not going to put it higher, because it can be just a bit too hard at points. Like, frustratingly. So, and it doesn't help that the map is randomly generated in the game, so yeah. That can lead to some frustration. SCP Secret Lab, I'm just going to be honest. I have never had a good game in Secret Lab. I know it has a small niche of fans, but I don't vibe with the gameplay at all. I mean, the game is so heavily in favor of the SCPs themselves. I have, like, out of the several times I've played, everyone who, like, is in an SCP gets fucking murked in this game. Like, the balance is just out of whack. And, like, it doesn't, like, if you're playing as just, like, if you're just playing as a human, you're fucked. And it's just straight up not fun to play. And it also doesn't help that I've unfortunately encountered a lot of toxic pieces of shit in that game, so play this game at your discretion. That said, Nine-Tail Fox, I think this game is okay. It's actually made on the same engine that Containment Breach was on. And you actually play as, well, a Nine-Tail Fox, basically a mercenary that's hired to pretty much contain the entire thing. And it's again, it's okay. I kind of wish that the shooting was a bit better, but you know, it is what it is. And then of course we got ourselves SCP Secret File. Barely counts as a horror game, but you know, I think the cool sort of like, you know, locales and all that fun stuff, I think actually works in this game's favor. So I don't know, it's definitely more of another. I guess it's more than just a walking simulator because you actually do a lot of puzzles in the game. But I don't know, I just think it's kind of cool. Definitely, like, if I were to say like an SCP game that holds up the best, this is probably the one that I would choose. That's just me though. Signalis, I've not played. I just realized. So this is kind of another throwback horror game. So that's pretty cool. Singularity. Again, I don't think this counts. It has some cool time warping mechanics, and the game itself is pretty dingy, but I don't know, Singularity has more in common with BioShock than anything else. But like, I've seen it called a horror game, and it does have like a lot of cool horror bits in it. But is it fully a horror game? I don't know. It's a cool game. I recommend you guys check it out if you guys can. But I don't know if it's a horror game or not. So, yeah. Alright, Siren. Siren's weird because they're zombie games, but they're not. So it's kind of confusing to talk about. I guess with the original Siren, I'm gonna put this one in a C tier. Again, it's kind of another Resident Evil clone. So there you go, I guess. But Siren Blood Curse, I'm gonna put this in like a D. This is, at least from what I can tell, one of the earliest examples of an episodic game. So obviously, this is kind of a game that I'm not gonna have a lot of respect for. And for, you know, starting like a concept that I really do not like. And also, this game just looks ugly in certain spots, but at least the gameplay is okay. So, yeah. Alright. Oh, yeah. Then we got ourselves Maid of Skur and then Skur Ritual. So, Maid of Skur is kind of a... I guess it's kind of like an Until Dawn... Like, this looks like it's like an Until Dawn thing. It's not. It's another first-person survival horror game. I guess I'll put it in the B tier. So, if you want to check it out, there you go. But Skur Ritual, which is a spin-off, I'm gonna put this in a higher B. It is definitely heavily inspired from Call of Duty Zombies. Like, that is like the thing that this game was inspired from. But I think it's actually kind of a cool alternative take on that formula. Granted, it takes place in very similar locales, but if you wanted to have a game that is like Call of Duty Zombies, but is a lot more customizable, and, well, you're fighting more so like sort of like possessed villagers, not too dissimilar to Resident Evil 4. Yeah, Skur Ritual is actually kind of a good sort of, alternative. It just kind of sucks that it wasn't really received well on certain websites, because I don't think they got it. So, and yeah, there's a decent amount of DLC as well. And yeah, this game gets a decent amount of updates. So yeah, no, like if you guys can check out Skirt Ritual. So yeah. Alright. Like yeah, especially if you like more action horror. Okay. Oh okay, Slender. Okay. I'm just gonna put both of these in C tier. Okay, so Slender, the 8 pages. It was obviously huge back in 2012 and 2013. It took the world by storm, released online. Every Let's Player was playing it. It hasn't particularly aged well, unfortunately, for multitude of reasons. Obviously, we can talk about what happened back in 2013 or 2014 with a certain, you know, kidnapping case, but I don't want to bring that up. But also, the gameplay itself is kind of not very good, at least with this, this first Slender game. Like, it's not bad, it's just not really that intimidating or scary. And it's also bullshit that sometimes, like, Slender just out of the blue comes out from behind you and just kills you. Just for no reason. So, yeah, that's unfortunately pretty lame. And then Slender the Arrival, the game that every time I try playing it, there's always something that goes wrong. I don't understand why. But I eventually finally played through the game. It's definitely a better version of what Slender 8 Pages was offering, though it does have some weird moments. Like, it's so easy to dodge Slender himself. Like, it's not even funny. Like, he doesn't, like, try to run towards you. Like, it's just so easy to dodge him. It's actually his fucking posse that ends up being a lot more of a threat. So, I don't know. Slender the Arrival, it's fine. But I wouldn't say it's anything that's, like, special. Alright, Soma. A game that I used to really hate. Not so much anymore, but I am still going to put it in a C tier. I think I really didn't like this game whenever I first played it because I was just more annoyed. And I ended up just getting myself trapped at one section. But I played through most of it, and I think I was just, perhaps I treated this too harshly. Because, well, it's really not that bad. It's fine. But, you know how those things go. So, I do like how this is like an underwater facility, though. I do think that's pretty cool. Very unique for a horror game. Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. This is another early iteration of mascot horror. I'll give it a C tier. I definitely think it's cool that, like, it does look cutesy at first, but then over time, the more fucked up shit pops up. I think that's kind of a cool blend of, like, good use of that type. Actually, you know what? Because of that, I think this is actually one of the better ones. Fuck it, I'm gonna put it in B tier. I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt. So, yeah, B tier for that one. Alright, Stalker. Okay. Unlike Metro, I do consider these to also be horror games, so because I think they have enough elements for them to be survival horror, especially in, like, the underground sections. So, that said, I'm putting these all the way, like, at least these two games in S tier, and then these two games in A tier. So, again, go watch our Caspian Game Awards for 2007 and 2024. I give a better explanation as to why I think Stalker is a fantastic series that you guys should check out, but I love the mix between open world, survival horror, and first-person shooting that all all these games offer, and I think they're just so much fun to be able to play around. And well, Stalker 2, yeah, it had some problems on launch, but I do think that this is a genuinely really good game that I recommend you guys check out. So, yeah. What else? Okay, State of Decay. This might surprise some people. Okay, so State of Decay, I'm gonna put this in C tier. It's kind of a whatever, horror survival game. But I'm gonna put State of Decay 2, surprisingly enough, in the B tier. Again, I normally wouldn't like zombie survival games all that much. But I think the reason why I like State of Decay 2 more than pretty much any other zombie survival game, it's mostly due to the way that the game itself controls, and the fact that it's a lot more it's a lot easier to like control and get into. Like I'm not getting really pissed off about every single thing that happens. There's still some moments that are tenseful and can be a bit annoying with the infection, especially like the infection areas that spawn around, especially with like the corrupted hearts and stuff like that. But other than that, no, State of Decay 2 is actually, it's not a bad game at all. Like, this is definitely a game, like, if I were to play a zombie survival horror game, State of Decay 2 is probably my choice. I mean, there's still a plethora of other games I'd rather play, but yeah, no, like, I think it's actually fine. So, yeah. Okay, Still Wakes the Deep. I'll put this in B tier. Kind of another cool sort of ocean-based horror game that I think is pretty cool, set on an oil rig. So, made by the same people who made Machine for Pigs, but you can definitely tell that they took a lot of that experience and made a better product. So that's nice. Ooh, The Suffering. I'm gonna put both of these in B tiers as well. I think these are really cool games that I recommend. Definitely a lot more action-based survival horror than like traditional survival horror. So, kind of not too dissimilar to Condemned in that it's more so kind of fucked up imagery that holds these games up. So, yeah, I think these games are cool. Alright, Tattletale, F. Again, it's another mascot horror game. A lot of people accuse this game of being like a ripoff of FNAF. It's not, but it's still not very good. So, yeah. Until Dawn, D tier. Again, I just don't like these types of non-horror games. I'd rather just be playing a horror game. So, okay, I've not played Visage, I just realized. Zombie. No. D tier. Again, like this was a Wii U exclusive, but I didn't think it was that fun. It was eventually ported to other systems, but man, this, again, just another zombie game I just don't care for. Thankfully, though, these last two zombie games I actually do care about somewhat. Zombie Army Trilogy and Zombie Army 4, I'm going to put both of those in the B tier. These are basically just Left 4 Dead, except set in World War II and are in third person. So if you like Left 4 Dead, you're more than likely going to like these. So, especially since these are Sniper Elite spin-off games. So, if you like that as well, there you go. Alright, so that then, of course, leads us into the big kahunas of survival horror. Resident Evil and Silent Hill. let's start off with Resident Evil. And I think I'm just gonna rank all of them. Okay, I'll rank them pre-Resi 4 and then post-Resi 4. So, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how much I feel about playing the older games. So, or at least most of these. That said, Resident Evil 1, I'm gonna put this in C tier. Resident Evil 2, I'll put this in a B tier. Resident Evil 3, I'll put this also in a C tier. Code Veronica, put this B tier. 0, C tier. Remake, B tier. And then Outbreak, C tier. I feel bad for placing these games lower than a lot of people would. It's just, for me, I'm not a big fan of the... it's not the tank controls. I'm fine with tank controls. As a matter of fact, once we get to Silent Hill, you're going to see that some of these games are going to be fucking high. So, like, I'm fine with the tank controls. I just hate the fixed cameras. Especially on the PS1 games. Like, I don't like I think it's at its worst in Resident Evil 1 in particular. And that sucks saying, because, like, you know, this is the first game in the Resident Evil series, and it has some good moments. The music is so damn good, especially the original basement music in this game. Oh my god, that's so, like, that's so creepy, but, like, not the DualShock version, though. Don't fucking play the DualShock version. But yeah, no, like, that's some genuinely creepy-ass music. But I'm not a fan of the, like, the fixed camera, because it makes it confusing on where I'm supposed to go. Not to mention, it can get you easily trapped against a lot of the zombies, and that pisses me off. So, and I guess I'm just, like, that's just a general rule with me when it comes to classic Resident Evil games. It doesn't matter which one, it's just all the games before Resident Evil 4. That is just a major problem of mine with. So, Resi 2, Resi 3, Code Veronica, Resi 0, Resi Remake, and Outbreak. Those all have the same problem. Although I do give Resident Evil 2, Code Veronica, and the remake a bit higher praise. Because of just the history of those games in general. So, yeah. Now, that being said, let's talk about post Resi 4. So, Resi 4. I'm going to put this in peak. And then Resident Evil 5. People are going to be pissed with me on this one. B tier. Revelations, C tier. 6, that's a fucking D. 2, C tier. Okay, well, oh, yeah, 7, S. 2 remake, peak. 3, B, Village, A, and then remake, S. Yeah, I fucking did it. I put Resi 4 and Resi 2's remake up in peak alongside Alan Wake 2. Granted, I did play Resident Evil 4 a couple of times whenever I was a kid, but I didn't actually start fully appreciating Resident Evil 4 until I was doing the Caspian Game Awards, because I was playing through a little bit of Resident Evil 4 for that series. And even, like, I think a little bit of, like, back in 2023, around the time when the remake was being made. And
I never like I gained a lot of respect for Resident Evil 4 after that. I don't know if I'd still consider I don't know if I would consider it to be amongst one of my personal favorite games of all time, but it's definitely a game that I absolutely do respect for it, changing um the survival horror genre for the better with its improved control scheme and general gameplay. I absolutely understand why people do give this game a lot of praise because it deserves it. It deserves it for sure. And hell, you don't even need to play the remake. You can just play the original Resident Evil 4, and it still holds up. So yeah. Now that being said, God, this is an awkward conversation to have about Resi 5. Okay, is Resi 5 the best Resident Evil game out there? No. It has issues. Is it a culturally insensitive game? In some ways, it can be. But here's the thing you have to remember about me is that, well, I'm someone who would rather play a game that can be a bit tedious, but at least controls decently, rather than a game that is heavily praised but has really whack movement and gameplay. And that's kind of how I feel about Resident Evil 5. Because here's the other thing as well. I actually played Resident Evil 5 immediately after I played Resident Evil 4, and it felt right at home. With some differences, of course, but Resi 5, I definitely do think it leans more towards action, but I do think it has some good moments in it. Like the boat chase scenes, I think those are pretty fun. Or even going down in the lab near the end of the game. Though of course going into the outskirts village can be kind of cringy for a 2009 game. But I think that the core of the game I think works. I don't know if they're gonna remake Resident Evil 5. I mean, they've already remade the first 4 games, so that's the next game up on the the remake chopping block. I don't know if they'll do it because it's one of the lesser popular games. I don't think it's a terrible game per se. I mean, it's in B tier. I don't know. I guess I'm just kind of more of an action horror guy, as you can probably tell by my list. So, yeah. Now that said, the Revelations games. Okay, so Revelations, I think they're both decent games. I guess I'm just kind of salty about the fact that Revelations 2, they made that into another episodic game. Which that really annoys me. And that said, they're competent games. They try to be more survival horror compared to what Resi 5 and 6 were doing. Because Resi 5 and 6 were just straight up action games. These were trying to at least be somewhat like the older game, or somewhat like Resident Evil 4, in that it still has a decent amount of action, but they're still survival horror games at their core. And I think they did a decent enough of a job, but I wouldn't say that they're top tier. That being said, though, Resi 6, yeah, that game's not good. I'm willing to defend Resident Evil 5 a little bit. I can't defend Resident Evil 6. A confusing mess of levels that don't really make any sense together, combined with multiple different gameplay styles that completely clash with each other, all topped off with pretty shit online features in this, as well as the fact that the cover of the game literally looks like it's a giraffe getting a blowjob. You're welcome for planting that image in your guys' heads. That's literally what it looks like. But yeah, Resident Evil was kind of in a dark spot from like 2000. Honestly, I'd say 2007 to about 2017. So for a good decade. Some decent games here and there, but it was definitely in a bit of a rough spot. That's where Resident Evil 7 comes into play. Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. The return to form. Going into the first-person survival horror style this time, as opposed to the traditional third-person. I think it definitely works out. This game is absolutely terrifying. And, you know, not really a lot of zombies, but there's the mold creatures that are in here, and they're so fucking creepy. And I think that just the general story that they were telling was definitely hit quite a bit. So yeah, no, Resident Evil 7 definitely good. And then we've got ourselves Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes, which is an awkward conversation because, well, Resident Evil 2 remake, I think it's definitely a much improved version of the original game. It's much more modernized, so it's a lot easier to be able to control. It doesn't have the weird camera angles, so it's over the shoulder like Resident Evil 4. And it actually has both campaigns, which is absolutely just awesome. Plus some cool new additional content. So yeah, no, Resident Evil 2 remake, absolutely phenomenal. Highly recommend you guys check it out if you haven't already. But as far as Resident Evil 3 remake, yeah, I know they cut content in the Resident Evil 3 remake. I get it. But you're talking to someone who doesn't really like the way in which the older Resident Evil games play. So that's why I put it above OG Resi 3. So I know it doesn't have the same amount of content, but I don't know. Ugh. So that's just me personally. So yeah. Oh yeah, Resi 8. Yeah, Resident Evil 8. Or Resident Evil Village. Again, I think Resident Evil 8 Village is... It's definitely good. It does stumble a bit compared to Resident Evil 7. It went back to some of the action tropes that a lot of people didn't like from Resident 5 and 6. And also it does kind of lose a little bit in the plot at some points. It's still a good game. But keep in mind that it does it has its problems. So, and then yeah, Resi 4 remake. Not the most necessary remake out there because Resi 4 still holds up pretty well, but the remake, I think it justifies itself in a lot of ways, so yeah. Alright, final franchise. Silent Hill. Goddamn. So, this is going to be a bit of a doozy. So, going from chronological release. Silent Hill. S tier. Silent Hill 2. Peak. Silent Hill 3. A tier. Silent Hill 4. B tier. Silent Hill Origins. C tier. Silent Hill Homecoming. D tier. Silent Hill Shattered Memories. B tier. Silent Hill Downpour. F. and then the remake of Silent Hill 2 S tier. So I think I'm actually going to talk about these games from worst to best so that we can actually end on a positive note for tonight. So, Silent Hill Downpour. This was the last Silent Hill game in, like, basically 12 years. And by the way, I'm just going to say, like, yes, PT is not on here. I know, people fucking soy all the time about PT, but keep in mind, I never fucking played it. I did not have a PlayStation 4 by the time that PT came out. And, well, you can't play it anymore unless you still have it downloaded. So, like, I never got to fucking play it, unfortunately. So that's why it's not on the list. So, yeah, and immediately I'm kind of getting sick and tired of people, like, soying over that game. It's actually kind of annoying. But anyways, the game that preceded that was Silent Hill Downpour. A pretty awful continuation of Silent Hill just in general. It's just not a good horror game, like, at all. There's some cool, like, set design here and there, but it's not really scary. Your main character is absolutely annoying. He's such an annoying asshole. There was a lot of weird pre-order bullshit that nobody liked about this game, and just the general, like, tone of Silent Hill was just not captured in this game. So that's why this game is not really well respected, and I can see why. And then we got Silent Hill Homecoming. This was a part of the late 2000s trilogy of games that came after Team Silent. This was this was a weird fucking game. So we'll talk about Pyramid Head later, but, like, they brought him back in this game, but for no good reason, and it makes no sense if you know anything about Silent Hill 2's story. So yeah, it's just it's a confusing sort of game that, like, it has some good ideas here and there, but the execution was just not that great. It's a very dull, bland game with not a lot of, like, personality to it. Yeah, it's just not a good horror game either. Silent Hill Origins. This is a prequel game set in, like, before the events of Silent Hill 1. It's fine. Like, as far as, like, come on, this is the first non-Team Silent game, so there's definitely some growing pains. Unfortunately, well, as we've learned, that would have been a bit of a thing. But yeah, no, Origins, it set a lot, like, it pretty much helped explain a lot of the stuff that was going on in the first game. It's just the problem is that not a lot of it was cohesive, if that makes sense. And also, this game was so fucking easy, like, compared to, well, okay, well, that's not even a problem with Silent Hill. The problem is that it was just boring. Yeah, like, Silent Origins was just kind of a boring entry. So, like, it's not bad, it's just boring. Alright, and then we got ourselves Shattered Memories. So this was the last of the late 2000s games. This was essentially kind of a remake of the first Silent Hill game, although kind of an alternate take of it. It's weird. It was also a Wii exclusive for a weird period of time. I don't know. It's not as good as the original game. I can guarantee you that. But yeah, like, it's, I don't know. It's decent, but, like,
I don't know. I guess me personally, I did not like some of the changes that they made with the game. That's all I'm gonna say about Silent Hill Shattered Memories. That the changes I don't think were all completely necessary. All right, and then we finally reach the Team Silent games. So, Silent Hill The Room, or Silent Hill 4 The Room. This, I would say, is the last of the, yeah, this is the last Team Silent game, and I'd say this is like the last like good entry. Though it's kind of weird because this game barely has anything to do with Silent Hill at all. And well, I'm pretty sure this was originally supposed to be its own thing, but it got turned into a Silent Hill project. There's some cool stuff about it. Like there's some like genuinely terrifying encounters in this game, and just going through like like going through like, you know, basically what is hell in this franchise's universe. It's pretty creepy, especially just thinking about like, you know, just a random ass wall in your home taking you to like essentially hell. Like that is a genuinely creepy plot device. But I do think that the execution could have been a lot better. So B tier it is. And then of course we got Silent Hill 3. Weirdly enough, a sequel to Silent Hill 1, but not 2, which, I mean, fair enough. I wish I was not fucking spoiled about this game. I'm still kind of fucking mad about that. Now, and I know I never fucking played this game for you guys. I'm so sorry about that. This game is really good. And just, you know, Harry Mason, and her kind of like, you know, basically just kind of like her learning about kind of the truth of her own past and trying to lay rest to a lot of that, I find to be pretty interesting. I also find it interesting that this is the first game that's to be set outside of Silent Hill. Like it's still nearby, but it's like it's not only in Silent Hill, which I think is actually pretty cool because it's only so much you can do with like one town, and it makes sense that surrounding towns would also be affected by whatever Silent Hill's thing is going on. And there's just some absolutely just fucked up shit that is in this game, and some pretty iconic imagery from Silent Hill 3. I mean, the fucking rabbit character. I forgot its name, but like, goddamn, yeah, that comes from this game. So. But then, of course, that brings us into, well, Silent Hill 1. We'll talk about the remake in a second, but Silent Hill 1. Again, this was a game that absolutely terrified me when I first played it. Like, again, a game that came out in 1999 was able to scare me that much. The fact that it was able to do that is a testament to the team that worked on this game in particular. Like, and, well, it does suck that this game is going to become lost media soon. I'm really hoping that someone is able to make a port on PC and get it greenlit for Konami, because I would hate for this game to be considered to be lost media, because I do think that this game is fantastic and should be used as a, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure this game was used as like the template for a lot of the horror games we've talked about. So, but yeah, I digress. Silent Hill, fantastic game if you guys can find it. But alas, that does not hold a candle to what is, in my opinion, still to this day, the best horror game of all time, Silent Hill 2. Again, similar to another certain game, this made me cry at the very end. There's very few games that have actually made me cry at the very end. Granted, I will admit this game is not as scary as the original Silent Hill, but that does not necessarily make it a inferior like survival horror experience. This game still got me on occasion, and I still was like genuinely freaked out with going through this game. And just sorry, in going through James Sunderland's personal struggles, and just sort of that just going through like a game that handles mental like health and mental illness in probably one of the most respectable ways you could have done in this time period in 2001. It really is just a testament to the writing team, and it makes me genuinely so happy that Bluer team was able to get the chance to remake the game, and they were able to pay respect. Granted, I still think I overall still prefer the original, but this is still a fantastic remake. And, well, it's easily Bluebird's best project, which, I mean, it's a Silent Hill 2 remake. It's not that hard to, like, do. Like, you would have to try to fuck it up. And thankfully, Bluebird didn't fuck it up. But yeah, as far as, like, me personally, I do generally think that Silent Hill 2, if you are to take anything out of this entire tier list, is that you should definitely play the top games that are on here. Like Silent Hill, Resi 4, Resi 2 Remake, and Alan Wake 2. If you want genuinely good survival horror, those are your best picks. And as far as action horror is concerned, or like the runner-up games, so if you want like good action horror, then like Fear, Hunt Showdown, Stalker, Call of Duty Zombies, of course, and really just anything in this B tier category, like are like good enough recommendations. So, but yeah, here's the first half of the list. So, and again, this is not in like the specific order. I might rearrange these into like how I would like go through these. And then of course we've got ourselves, the not so stellar games. And then, well, yeah. And of course, again, if you let me know in the comments if you guys agree whether or not these are horror games, because I'm not too sure. And yes, there's definitely a lot of horror games I've not played. Though thankfully I'm not one of those people who just, ranks who has more hasn't plays than like anything ranked. So that's at least a good thing. And of course, if you guys want to check out this link, like this particular list for yourselves, or this tier list, this will be on the Discord, which will be in the description if you guys want to check that out. But yeah, that concludes the tier list. So, yeah, if you guys haven't already, and if you guys can, if you're watching this on Twitch, of course, hit that follow button down below. If you're watching this on YouTube, of course, hit the subscribe button, and check out the links down below if you guys haven't already. If you guys can over on Twitch, you can also hit the subscribe button. If you can't do that, that's completely fine. I'm just glad you guys can watch this. I will make sure that I will be doing more streams more often, and I'm pretty excited to see where all this goes. Because yeah, I'm pretty excited to get back on Twitch and YouTube and all that fun stuff. But sorry, but yeah, in any event, hope you guys had a good night, and I'll see you on the next one. So yeah, have a good night, and peace out. Bye.